Welcome to the 52nd edition of AIMA's National Management Convention. Welcome to Day 2's proceedings. The theme of the convention this year is Global Trends and Future Strategies, Resilience and Adaptability in a Changing World. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and a very eminent audience with us here today. Meanwhile, I'll take this opportunity to request you all to please kindly take your seats. A gentle reminder to all of you to please do remember to put your phones on silent mode. This morning's first session is Next Gen Reforms, Driving Bottom-Up Growth. Joining us for this morning's session is the Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. V. Anantha Nageswaran. Meanwhile, I'll request you all to please kindly take your seats as quickly as possible. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a very warm welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us at the 52nd edition of AIMA's National Management Convention. The theme of the convention this year is Global Trends and Future Strategies, Resilience and Adaptability in a Changing World. We are privileged to have a most distinguished lineup of speakers, dignitaries, and a very eminent audience with us today. And I take this opportunity to thank all of our esteemed sponsors who have supported us in putting together this two-day convention on such a grand scale. Our sponsors for this program are Platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospitals and Tata Steel. Diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Jindal Steel. Gold sponsors, Triveni Turbine, ITC Limited, Union Bank of India, Usha International, Aditya University, Air India, and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Knowledge partner, KPMG in India. Silver sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Neo Foods, Nico Cables, Team Rajiv, JK Cement, Hindustan Group of Institutions, and JK Tire and Industries Limited. Bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering, Godrej Industries, NTPC Limited, Mahanagar Gas Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bank of Baroda, NHPC, Manav Rachna, Vidyanantariksha, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, IMS Group, Value Freight Private Limited, Sapcon Instruments Private Limited, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Hero FinCorp, Marpos India Private Limited, TRL Krosaki, Steel Authority of India Limited, and MEPSC. Corporate contributors, Janika Ventures and Amway India. AIMA extends heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors for their partnership and encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, through the convention, we will be conducting live polls during the sessions. We request you to use the QR code on your table to participate in live polling or use the QR code on the standees at the back of the hall in case it is required. All the attendees are requested to retain their delegate badges for the entire duration of the program on both the days, as the entry to this hall will be permitted only if you are wearing them. Please drop your badges after the convention is over so that they can be recycled and thereby contribute to saving our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short tea break after the second session of the day. In between, there is no break. May I once again request everyone to please put your mobile phones on silent mode to avoid distraction to our speakers and the audience. Meanwhile, once again, please kindly be seated as we will shortly begin with the day's program. This program is also being streamed live on AIMA's social media channels, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, and X, which was earlier Twitter. We are all set to start with plenary session, the first plenary session of the day and the 10th plenary session of the convention. Next Gen Reforms, Driving Bottom-Up Growth with the Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. V. Anantha Nageswaran. As we get set to begin the day with a session on Next Gen Reforms, Driving Bottoms-Up Growth, let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Should the government prioritize next-gen reforms for small business and workers over the big-ticket reforms? Please do share whether you agree or not, or you can't say. As you can see on the screens, the poll should prioritize next-gen reforms for small business and workers over the big-ticket reforms. Please do share your opinion. Kindly participate and tell us what you think. Once again, the question slips are all available on your tables. Please do use them to ask your question and share with AIMA's hall management team. So today's opening session turns the spotlight on reforms that will give inclusive growth from the ground up. And it is my privilege to invite on stage, please, amidst your applause, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. Join me in welcoming Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. A very warm welcome to you both. May I request Ms. Suneeta Reddy to deliver the welcome address.
Mr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the very special session with the Government of India's Chief Economic Officer, Advisor, Mr. Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran. It is indeed a privilege to have you with us. Thank you so much for being here for this session. You do bring the voice of gravitas that is necessary for a discourse on economic policy. A professional economist with a long working experience with Credit Suisse, Julius Baer, the Union Bank of Switzerland, and in academia, shaping the minds of students of Singapore and Management University, IIM Bangalore, and IIM Indore. Data and policy are reassuring, and your economic surveys and policy presentations have been important signals for all investors and India watchers coming right before the budget. It is an immense repository of information. We look forward to hearing from you on the next generation of reforms. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you. Yes, indeed, let us applaud our chief guest today. I think we live in challenging times. The Chinese, of course, have said we live in interesting times. But we do have to adopt to new economic realities. In spite of the very good GDP growth in the first quarter of this year at 7.4%, we believe that it's not just the government's job, but all of our jobs to make sure that this growth continues. And we continue to remain above 6.5%. India is faced with many challenges, as is the rest of the world. But I think that with the collective intellect of the people who lead this country and the Indian public working together, that we could meet this challenge with knowledge, with grace, and with teamwork. There are many major new reforms the government has already implemented from the budget last year, which put more cash available for consumption, coupled with the GST reforms, GST 2.0 that was announced most recently. I think we have a very good foundation to leverage growth. But India's next-gen reforms will focus on so much more. They will focus on India's capability to advance in the AI space. The services has always been a strong contributor to GDP and will continue to do so. So the focusing on AI and understanding how we can use this to leverage our presence in the world. India's swing to manufacturing and is also automation-centric, with workers required only for jobs where they are cheaper and where flexible wage costs are preferred over fixed wage costs. With regard to employment, unemployment rate of 5.2% in July 2025, with the rural rate of 4.4% and urban unemployment of 7.2%. I think bringing more females into the workforce would definitely will help improve GDP. And we're seeing this actually happening in the urban spaces with 25.8% participation. Mr. Nageswaran has always spoken about vocational training and job creation, as well as AI and innovation. I believe that what the next generation of reforms and the focus on MSMEs, which will have now been enabled to do so much more in terms of regularizing themselves, have the ability to avail capital, will transform the Indian economy. In this regard, I have to mention something that I've heard, a philosophy that I've heard from him. There is a Captain Kirk from Star Wars who said the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And in all of that, all of what we listened from our Chief Economic Advisor, we realize that his focus is not just on the industry captains, but it is focused on a much larger base and the new generation opportunities that we will see, that are emerging at this time. So with these words, let me invite our Chief Economic Advisor, Mr. Anantha Nageswaran, to now please give us his few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, for those kind words of introduction, and thanks to the All India Management Association for inviting me to share my thoughts fresh and first thing in the morning on the second day. I have seen the program, and it's been very rich in terms of content and depth and variety in terms of the topics. So I commend this 2 days of deliberations amongst you on how to take the economy forward. The theme of my session is supposed to be next generation reforms to drive growth, and the title of this session therefore suggests that what is it that the government should be doing, or governments in the country should be doing to drive growth. But that's only part of the story. In a country such as large as ours, it isn't enough that only one hand claps. It needs both. And therefore, when we talk of reforms, it is changes that are required both on the part of the government and changes that are required on the part of the private sector as well. And both sets of reforms will be essential to drive growth forward. So, first of all, we know that the situation that we face in the world today, and not just particularly with relevance to India, but generally, uncertainty is the only at the moment. Whether it is geopolitics or geoeconomics, trade, or any other matter that you touch, or for that matter, internal to many countries, their respective fiscal situations, and so on, with resignations coming from at least 2 of the G7 countries in the last 1 week or so, Japan, France, etc. So there is plenty of uncertainty to go around, and it isn't India the only one that is facing a tariff-related uncertainty maybe, but others are facing different sets of uncertainties, and therefore we should first of all be able to accept the situation in perspective. And having said that, this morning, I'm sure we all have woken up to seeing some very hopeful, comments made by the American president and a positive response from the Honorable Prime Minister as well. So in this uncertainty, we have quite a few silver linings. And I want to talk about them first before we take up the topic of the next generation reforms. We have a very high real GDP growth and a respectable nominal GDP growth in the first quarter of this year, financial year. 7.8% in real terms, 8.8% in nominal terms, year on year, in April to June quarter. I want to dwell a little bit on that 7.8%, which many people were, pleasantly surprised by. And as you know well, the standard explanation has been that because the wholesale price index has been rising very slowly, if anything, it's even contracting, and that kind of exaggerated the real GDP growth. That is why the Secretary Ministry of Statistics, Dr. Saurabh Garg, and I wrote an article in Business Line saying that is not the right explanation. The right explanation is there is larger volume of economic activity, because this is a technical explanation. You may choose to ignore what I'm saying next. Normally, all countries first calculate economic activity in nominal terms and then deflate it to get the real number. In India, for quarterly GDP estimates, at least 55% of the GDP estimate components are estimated first in real terms the deflator is then superimposed on that to get the nominal values. So it's the other way around for at least 55%. So it is not as if nominal number of 8.8 is calculated, and because the deflator is 1% instead of 2 or 3%, we got an exaggerated 7.8%. That is not true. So there is real activity, economic activity, that is driving this momentum, and not just the price levels being on the lower side. And that brings me to the point I want to make, which is that post-COVID, India has been probably the only country in G20 to have grown at this rate for the last 4 years, from 21-22 until 24-25, and it continues. In fact, early indications for the second quarter, based on data we have for July and August, it seems that the growth numbers are looking up quite good even for the second quarter of July to September. In other words, it is possible that we may be underestimating the impact of all the structural reforms, topic of the session today. We may be underestimating the impact of all the structural reforms that have already unfolded under this government in the last 11 years. Whether it is the improvement in physical infrastructure, the advent of digital infrastructure, the various measures that have been taken over the years to move the small and medium enterprises from fragmentation to formalization, and also the ease of doing business, apart from the structural reforms such as the Insolvency Code, the Goods and Services Tax, the Real Estate Regulation Act, the capitalization and consolidation of public sector banking, and of course the response to COVID, which was targeted, time-bound, and calibrated. Now you take all these together, there is a possibility, and I think we need to increasingly recognize the possibility that our domestic reforms may have already provided a kind of cushion that India would need in the coming years and decades, given the challenging geopolitical environment that may stay with us for quite some time to come. In other words, I think we may have already built in a certain resilience to global factors, the structural reforms that have been undertaken, and therefore we may be more positively surprised by growth outcomes than being negatively surprised by growth outcomes, regardless of the time and the path it takes for the current tariff uncertainties to dissipate, which I hope will dissipate sooner rather than later. So the first point I want to make is the structural reforms of the last 10 to 11 years are beginning to deliver in terms of growth outcomes and employment outcomes as well. The other silver linings we have in the economy, not only the recent GST rate reductions and process reforms, including on registrations, dispute settlement, ease of compliance, etc. This comes on top of the direct tax significant cuts which were announced in the February budget, the income tax bill simplification that got the assent of the Parliament, and this is the third one that has been undertaken this year. Because in many a situation, the ease of doing business issues and concerns predominantly center on tax authorities, tax processes, and tax compliance related issues. We know that the journey ahead is still very long when it comes to these matters, but what you see in terms of evidence from the government's determination is to address the tax related matters much more expeditiously than in many other areas, because they happen to constitute the most important touch point for businesses, both domestic and foreign. And we also got, very importantly, in the last few weeks, and that may have gotten a little bit buried under the avalanche of news and developments that are happening elsewhere, is a first credit rating upgrade in 30 years. We moved from BBB minus to BBB as per Standard & Poor. And if anything, if you look at the cost of borrowing for the government of India for a 10-year loan, Barely 11 years ago, we used to pay around 9%. The government of India used to be able to borrow at 9% rate per annum for 10 years. Now the yield is 6.4% for 10 years. And that is a reduction of about 2.6 percentage points on average. And not only that, the extra premium, the spread between the Indian 10-year and the United States 10-year has come down to around where we are today at 240 or 230 basis points. And the number used to be 600 basis points. Now, obviously, when the government of India's borrowing cost comes down, it is natural that other interest rates in the economy also decline commensurately, because the government of India's borrowing cost is the benchmark. And therefore, that is an important structural reform that is not very well appreciated, which is the ability to maintain fiscal prudence and fiscal stability amidst the challenge of the COVID pandemic, the security environment in the region, etc. The government of India promised to bring down the fiscal deficit from 9.2% to less than half in 5 years, and we delivered on it. And as the Honorable Finance Minister told us in the last few days, as she mentioned in the last few days, we will be able to deliver on the 4.4% fiscal deficit ratio this financial year as well. And that is a very important contribution that the government can make apart from many other structural reforms. It is to continue to stay on the path of fiscal stability and fiscal prudence, maintaining macroeconomic stability, and which is what provides the underlying foundation for economic activity to expand over the years in terms of voluntary exchange between the private sector players. Because at the end of the day, economic activity is largely driven by voluntary exchange between private sector participants, between the public and the businesses, and between businesses and businesses. The other important contribution that the government of India has made, although it might have attracted unwanted scrutiny from different players in the world, we have been able to deliver stable and low energy prices in the last 4 years, despite the turmoil going on in the world. And these low energy prices are also an important component of why our growth has been resilient and have tended to surprise on the positive side in the last 4 to 5 years. So these are the current silver linings that we need to remember: the tax reforms, the credit rating upgrade, and the low cost of capital, low and stable energy price, commitment to fiscal stability, etc., are the structural reforms that have already delivered. Now, in the next few minutes, I would like to dwell upon the structural reforms that we need to do going forward. What drives growth? In 2 simple words: competitiveness and innovation. These are the 2 things that drive economic growth in the long run. Because innovation is the bedrock of productivity, and competitiveness is the underlying ingredient for maintaining quality that will boost not only exports but also domestic production. So productivity is the key to competitiveness and innovation. And therefore, the importance of the structural reforms that the government of India is embarked on, and you might have seen this in the papers in the last 1 month or so, there are 2 groups of ministers looking at deregulation. There are 2 high-level committees, one focusing on deregulation and one focusing on Viksit Bharat under the former cabinet secretary. And under the current cabinet secretary, there are state-level deregulation reforms that are already being undertaken since the early part of 2025. Why is regulation very important in terms of driving growth prospects forward? Is ultimately we speak about it in terms of ease of doing business. The real motive or the real purpose is we need to reduce the cost of being honest. Regulation in India, rules, regulations, compliances, etc., have raised the cost of being honest. Therefore, prompting many businesses, micro, small, medium, and big, to take shortcuts in order to avoid and not to pay the cost of being honest. Therefore, the importance of the current momentum or the thrust on deregulation in the government, and it is not happening just in the wake of the tariff-related external uncertainties. It was a promise made in the budget itself in February 2025 that we will embark on deregulation both in the non-financial sector and in the financial sector. So in other words, these important structural reforms are about facilitating economic activity between people and to improve the ease of being honest. And that is the most important structural reform that the government of India and governments around the country, including state governments, will be pursuing and will hope to deliver to the public in the coming years. And what is it that it takes on the part of the private sector to be able to complete its leg of structural reforms? I said productivity is the key to competitiveness, innovation, export growth, and sustaining long-term economic growth. That means that cost of primary and intermediate goods have to be reasonable and fair, and that doesn't burden downstream industries. Of course, you would point out that, yes, GST rates which are inverted and import duties which are inverted, in other words, higher duties on primary and intermediate goods and lower duties on finished goods, those are the components that need addressing on the part of the government. And in fact, in the GST reforms announced last week, those aspects are being addressed, and inverted duty structures on specific sectors, import duties have been addressed or have begun to be addressed in the last two budgets as well. But where the private sector comes in is large enterprises that operate in the upstream areas have to be mindful of their demands and preferences for protection, have to be mindful that those demands do not raise the cost of doing business for downstream industries, especially small and medium enterprises. Because protection is about maintaining your share of the economic activity. Productivity is about expanding the pie itself, is about expanding not just is about expanding the base, which is the underlying economic activity and economic growth. Whereas seeking to protect your market share keeps the pie from expanding as vigorously or as much as it could do so. So when we talk of structural reforms, one of the important structural reform that is needed on the part of the private sector is to reflect on the kind of tendency we have to ask and seek protection with a view to maintaining one's market share or expand, rather than seeking to expand the underlying pie of the economy itself. And even if our share remains stagnant or even goes down, because if the pie becomes much larger, the absolute take for everybody will increase. And that is a structural reform that the private sector has to contemplate on. Or a second best world is where the protection is necessary or desirable because of global context, because somebody is competing on many other grounds which are not necessarily fair and transparent, and therefore we need to protect our investments, our capacity, etc. The protection has to be in return for productivity. One of the reasons that Northeast Asia, in comparison to South Asia or Southeast Asia, one of the reasons Northeast Asia has moved from being third world to first world within a generation or two, starting from the 1960s, is that they allowed protection to large enterprises in return for productivity and performance and for external benchmarking. That is why you have Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, initially led by Japan, have a global presence and have global brand names than companies from Southeast Asia, for example. So in other words, where we seek protection, we also need to show and tell the public and the government that there is a skin in the game for those who seek protection, and that they will deliver productivity and commitment to quality, innovation, and being competitive in the global arena. And such protection, therefore, cannot be in perpetuity. And the protection has to be, therefore, defined, time-bound, and in return for productivity and export performance. That is the second important dimension of structural reform that we have to keep in mind on the part of the private sector. The next one, and I will stop with that, is because one can go on this topic for the whole day, and I'm sure that we will still not reach a conclusion. It is about the impact of technology, artificial intelligence, and balancing it with the need to create jobs in a demographically rich economy such as ours. We have estimated that 8 million jobs have to be created. You may think that I'm being inconsistent because in one breath I have spoken about productivity, and in the second breath I speak about importance of creating jobs and balancing the deployment of technology versus labor deployment. It is not. It is not inconsistency. Both are compatible, because ultimately what matters is the horizon over which we optimize our decisions. In the very short run, there is a trade-off between the two in terms of technology deployment and labor deployment. But in the medium run, there is no trade-off. And if we pursue one at the expense of the other, the benefits will not fructify, because for businesses to operate, it is not only important to have policy stability, fiscal or macro, etc., or monetary policy, but it's equally important to have social stability. And in a large country such as ours, with a huge young demographic profile, it is important to pay attention to social stability, not as an act of public interest, but as an act of enlightened self-interest on the part of businesses. And that is why being very mindful of how soon, how fast, and how much we use technology, not to displace labor, but to augment and facilitate labor productivity, is the other most challenging structural reform that the private sector has to keep in mind. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, what I would say is structural reforms are like a ballet, or it's a two-sided partnership. The government is very mindful, or even I would say the governments in the country are mindful of what they need to do. And I can assure you that the focus is on continuing to ensure that we make it easier for businesses, whether they are coming from overseas or homegrown, etc., are able to undertake economic activity without fear or favor. At the same time, structural reforms are a two-sided game, and it's important to keep the focus on productivity and expanding the pie and keeping the balance between technology and labor in a manner such that it is not socially disruptive. That is the structural reform dimension that the private sector has to be mindful about. I thank the AIMA, I thank Mrs. Suneeta Reddy for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts, and I wish you all a wonderful day of productive deliberations and discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran, for sharing this powerful perspective. If we have any questions, maybe.
So we have a question from the audience. Dr. Nageswaran, do we have any labor reform agenda that we are looking at right now?
Labor is a concurrent subject. Although the 4 labor codes are being implemented at varying speeds by different governments around the country, you may have seen, and I did mention in my remarks, that state-level deregulation activities have been underway since the beginning of the calendar year. And you might have seen in the papers that different state governments are relaxing the restrictions on women participating in some areas of vocation that have hitherto been prohibited or excluded for them to participate in because they were once deemed dangerous vocations. Those things are being relaxed. Overtime, rules and restrictions relating to overtime are being relaxed. And the creation of third shifts and the duration of shifts themselves are being relaxed, etc. So in other words, you may not have a front page banner headline on labor reforms, but I can assure you that different states are pursuing them at their own speed, keeping in mind the political economy and the social context. It's equally important, I think, for the discourse also to keep in mind that, as with many things, that there is a trade-off between the rights of those who have a job and the right to have a job. There is a trade-off between the two. And I think it's important that labor reforms are not seen as a sort of a measure or set of measures against labor rights, but it is about balancing, as I said, the rights of those who have a job and the rights of others who don't have one to have one. So this balancing act has to be kept in mind. And as I said earlier in my remarks, it is again a tango that both governments and the private sector have to do in terms of labor reforms, because many of those labor reforms need not necessarily be required if the private sector were able to create the flexibility, keeping in mind the interest of existing employees and prospective employees.
Thank you. The next question is, how much will the net impact on GDP be due to the GST reduction? That's his first question. And I think the second question is the tariff increase. What will be the impact of the tariffs, new tariffs on GDP?
I think in the last couple of weeks I have spoken about this, but honestly, trying to be very precise about the quantitative impact of either the tariff or the GST is definitely fraught with a wide margin of uncertainty. It's very easy to give you the direct impact. That is, most people have done, looking at, for example, on the tariff side, looking at the export to the US, it's shared in the overall exports, it's shared in the GDP, and you make some assumptions about the elasticity of demand, and because the price goes up for the importer, and therefore, what will be the reduction, potential reduction in the exports, and what percentage of that, what percentage of GDP is that, and then you subtract that number, you get some estimate. Although you must remember that for the first 5 months of the current financial year, exports to the US have almost already achieved, exports of goods have already achieved half the number of last year. So in other words, in this financial year, the impact may be relatively limited depending on the assumptions one makes. But the more important thing is the second and the third round effects of the uncertainty of tariff, provided they last longer, and I hope they don't, because I've always said in the last couple of weeks that my hope is that the tariff situation turns out to be transient and short-lived rather than long-lived. But in the event that it is slightly longer than we want it to be, lasts longer than we want it to be, the basic, especially the penal tariff of 25%, then the second and third round effects will become more pronounced, which is the uncertainty with respect to investments, capital formation, overall sentiment in the economy. But that is where the GST reforms will play a very good offsetting role. Because by substituting domestic demand for whatever the export demand that may not materialize from the United States, what GST reform does is to alleviate the second and third round effects by creating domestic demand and therefore removing the uncertainty which will come in the way of capital formation. So the GST's contribution is again not just in the direct impact in terms of its purchasing power it places in the hands of the people by bringing down the prices of goods, which of course the private sector has to pass on. But more importantly, what it does is to provide an antidote to the second and third round uncertainty effects. So net-net, I think if you take the GST into consideration, the impact of tariffs and the GST, the compensating effects of GST rate reductions and process reform could probably give us a 0.2 to 0.3% on a net basis in terms of drag on the GDP estimates that we have of 6.3 to 6.8 for the current financial year. And in the next financial year, it's very difficult to say, and I hope we don't have to discuss tariff uncertainties for the next financial year, and by then I hope it would have become part of history.
So the next two questions, I'm going to club them together. How do we accelerate GDP coming from contribution from agriculture? And I think as part of this question, there is another question which says that what is the government, what steps are they taking to improve the GDP contribution from agriculture, and also how the efficiency of water for irrigation?
Yeah, no, fair questions. I think in the last couple of budgets post government coming back to office in June 2024, there is a focus on agriculture reforms in the, there's a mission announced to take up farming productivity in 100 districts. There is an edible oil mission that has been created, pulses, self-sufficiency in pulses, and many climate-resistant seed varieties have been released to the public. And also, we have set up centers of excellence for applications of artificial intelligence to boost agricultural productivity. It is a state-level subject, as you all know very well, and therefore these initiatives have to be supplemented by states as well. And the point about irrigation, I think, yes, we need to, increase the irrigation cover of agriculture. And in that, we need to restore the balance between surface water irrigation and groundwater irrigation, which has moved so much towards groundwater, which is not a good thing. And that is where I think micro initiatives, again, not just from the government side, but from the private sector side, in terms of restoring water bodies, in terms of not constructing over water bodies, and in terms of rainwater harvesting, these are initiatives that can be undertaken both by the government and by the private sector, both for-profit and not-for-profit organizations. Apart from that, agriculture still has room to contribute at least 0.5 to 0.7% more to GDP growth. And that is a function of basically giving farmers the rights to be able to sell to whomsoever, whatsoever, wherever, and whenever. That is the kind of freedom that farmers need, much more than agricultural subsidies, and some element of insurance, given that their business is inherently prone to the ravages of nature and uncertainties, some amount of meaningful insurance which protects the downside without necessarily distorting incentives. And more than that, empowering farmers and not imposing restrictions on their ability to tap the market signals from within India or overseas. These would unleash the productivity in agriculture, bring it down to at least the global averages, and add to about 0.5 to 0.7% to GDP growth.
So the next question is on skilling, Mr. Nageswaran. When will we catch up with reform and enable skilling so that we'll be ready for a new world with new technologies? The last part is on skilling. Yeah. It says, when will we start formally skilling our people so they will be ready to adopt the new technologies?
No, I think, again, I don't think it is a question of when will we start, because the efforts are very much underway. Because again, I come back to the last two budgets where an announcement about international centers of excellence in skilling in collaboration with Singapore. It's already been announced and the process is underway. And if you look at the kind of skilling initiatives that Odisha has taken, in fact, if you go to Tirupur, the textile manufacturers say that Odisha workers command a premium because their productivity is higher. And the last 7 years between 2016 and 2023, the Odisha Skill Development Authority has created such a wonderful ecosystem that their workers command a productivity premium among employers. And what is encouraging is that several states have made a pilgrimage to Odisha to understand what Odisha has done in the last 6 to 7 years under the guidance of Mr. Subrato Bagchi. And by the way, I would recommend his latest book, When the Chariot Moved, which came out in August. It's a very good read, and it is When the Chariot Moved is the title of the book. And again, consistent with the theme of my speech, there is much that can be done by the private sector as well. So I think skilling is important. And union government has set up many skilling missions, not just with respect to the traditional vocations, but also with respect to artificial intelligence, the 5 centers of excellence, and in quantum computing areas. And recently, the National Small Industries Corporation completed 70 years of existence, and we had an opportunity to visit their Okla center. And it's impressive that from sewing and fixing buttons on garments, all the way to teaching youngsters to handle artificial intelligence control machines and learning how to service white goods, smart white goods, etc. A whole range of skills is being imparted to youngsters under the National Small Industries Corporation, which also incidentally doesn't operate with any budget support from the government, but mainly through its skilling fees and resources it generates. So I think, again, skilling is a tripartite initiative, union, state governments, and the private sector. And more importantly, apart from the focus on education and skilling, as has been my refrain in the last 2 economic surveys, equally important to make sure that our youth are physically and mentally healthy as well. Without that, education and skilling will not yield us the productivity that we are hoping for.
Such a good answer. When do you think RBI is ready for devaluation, for dollar devaluation on the current account?
I'm not sure I get the question.
Yes, I think it's the connection.
Can I see it? Yeah.
So,
to be honest with you, I'm not very sure I understand the question. First of all, the dollar depreciation that we have witnessed in the last few months is something that has happened in the past as well. Between, let's say, for example, 1989 until 1995, and once again between 2001 and 2008 until before the crisis, global financial crisis. And of course, since then, it has been a very long period of either dollar stability or dollar strength, actually. So these cycles usually happen on a sort of a 7-year frequency, broadly speaking. But this time around, the dollar strength has taken a much longer time. It has lasted for more than 12 to 13 years, or even longer. Particularly after the global financial crisis ended. So dollar has been largely stable to stronger against the global basket of currencies. And therefore, it has commenced a new spell of depreciation. Whether it amounts to dollar devaluation or not is something that we cannot judge right now. And definitely the central bank is paying attention to the trends in global currencies. And there isn't a very viable alternative to the US dollar at this point, and it may take even a much longer time to emerge if it does. So the central bank, I am aware, is consciously keeping an eye on keeping its portfolio of foreign exchange reserves on a diversified basis. I'm sure you have been reading in the papers in the last few years that RBI also has increased its share of gold purchases, etc. So there is a constant attention being paid to the composition of the foreign exchange reserves, including gold.
Just want to ask you this because I've heard it in other forums. Are we looking at an alternative currency to the dollar?
No, certainly not. I think India is not India is not part of any such initiative.
So that's, this question I think covers a lot. It says, Vikshit Bharat, the vision envisages a $30 trillion economy by 2047 by avoiding the middle class trap in reference to overall GDP. How is this going to avoid the middle class trap?
Okay,
but I think the real thing,
yeah.
Yes.
No, I mean, it's a good question. Look, at the end of the day, whether we stay in what is called as a middle income range, which is a range from $4,000 per capita to $11,000 per capita, or we go above that, or stay in this range, is a combination of domestic and external factors, some of which will be beyond our control, some which we can influence. So I think it's very important, not only from the point of view of maintaining our mental sanity, etc., is to focus on what are the things that are under our sphere of influence and to work on them. So what kind of outcomes that result will depend on a whole host of factors which we cannot control, not all of them. That is why I said the focus has to be on productivity, on competitiveness, on innovation, investment in R&D, taking care of both skilling and emotional mental health aspects, and for the governments around the country to take care of the ease of being honest, etc. If we do all these things consistently, not just sporadically, then I think we will enhance the chances of us not being trapped in the middle income range between $4,000 and $11,000. Our track record should give you cause for encouragement. We were just a $300 billion economy in 1993, and as of March 2025, we were a $3.9 trillion economy. 13x increase, and we have managed to do it with a much more efficient use of capital than other countries which may have galloped far ahead of us in terms of GDP numbers alone. So our track record should give you cause for encouragement that we were not trapped in low income or poor income status. We are a lower middle income country. And the two major initiatives the government of India has undertaken, the Anusandhan National Research Foundation and the Research and Development Initiative Fund, RDIF, both are very important initiatives which will help us scale the technology and the innovation barrier. And these two funds have to be augmented by private sector participation, not only in terms of financial resources, but also in terms of identifying the deep tech areas or the frontier areas where we have to build a strategic strength and indispensability in the world. And now this is where I think a partnership between the two, public and the private sector, is very essential to make sure that ultimately it is competitiveness, innovation, steeped in an ethos of R&D that will prevent us from stagnating in the middle income trap. And that, as with everything else, is a matter of partnership.
That's wonderful. So we're just about to close.
Yeah.
And let me end by saying, I think this partnership that you mentioned, public and private, is really core. On a personal, on behalf of industry, I wish that we had more, investment in research, because that will drive innovation. I think this will be the next challenge for India. But thank you for all your thoughts. You have really showed us the silver lining. While we have many questions, I think Mr. Nageswaran has answers for all of them with his deep study and understanding of the Indian economy. Congratulations on improving the credit rating of India and giving us the stability that we need, the predictability that we need to make sure that FDI continues to come to India and the industry remains vibrant while uplifting the per capita income of all of India. Thank you so much, Mr. Nageswaran.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran. May I request President-AIMA, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, to present a memento to Dr. Nageswaran. With that, we conclude the first session of day 2. Our next session is Shielding India's Economic Growth, Navigating Global Policy Disruption. This next session focuses on shielding India's economic growth, navigating global policy disruption. And before we take a look at the poll question for this session, let's take a look at the results from the previous poll question. Should the government prioritize next-gen reforms for small business and workers over the reforms? This is the question we had put to you in the question of the day. And there it is on screens. You see the result. 70% of the people say yes. Government should prioritize next-gen reforms for small business and workers over the big-ticket reforms. So with the result in front of us, now quickly move on to the poll question for this session. Would India gain more than lose from a policy of reciprocal protectionism? Please do share your opinion. We would love to hear from you, whether you say yes, no, or can't say. Please do participate. Once again, the QR codes have already been placed on your tables, as have been the question slips. So please do make use of the question slips. Please make a note of the question that you want to ask. Please kindly remain seated. There is no break. I request members of the audience who are moving about the hall to kindly refrain from doing so. Please kindly remain seated. This is not a break. We are not taking a break, so please kindly remain seated. Please remain seated. Please remain in your seats. Once again, we present to you a power-packed discussion. Please kindly remain seated. This is not a break. We are not taking a break, so please kindly remain seated. We quickly move on to our next session. It is my pleasure to now invite on stage our esteemed moderator and panelists for this session. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Nitin Atroley, Chief Strategy, People and Corporate Affairs Officer, KPMG in India as the moderator. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Director, Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel Limited. Mr. Satish Reddy, Vice Chairman and Pro-Chancellor, Aditya University. Mr. Sanjay Narayan, Chief General Manager, Zonal Office, Delhi, Union Bank of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm round of applause and welcoming them all to the stage. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. I hand it over to Mr. Atroley. It's over to you, sir.
Good morning. So I'd like to start off with thank you for AIMA for hosting this panel, and let me welcome my esteemed panelists. Immediately to my right, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, who is the Director, Strategy and External Relations with Jindal Steel. I have Mr. Satish Reddy, who is the Vice Chairman and Pro-Chancellor of Aditya University, and Mr. Sanjay Narayan, who is the Chief General Manager, Zonal Office for the Union Bank of India in Delhi. So, very diverse and interesting panel. So, I hope that we'll have an interesting discussion on a topic which is shielding India's economic growth and navigating policy disruption. I think we're pretty much living through this right now. It's extremely topical and I think very dynamic since it keeps changing every day as we read the newspapers. But I think we have to look at that in the context of course, what is India's vision and how do we navigate the journey towards our vision, which was obviously articulated very well by the Prime Minister in terms of 2047, and that's where we are all trying to work towards. And then we have this kind of turbulence as we are on that journey, where suddenly we find that the rules are changing. Many of the things we took for granted in terms of global policy, economic order, trade policies, etc., are no longer true. And how do we navigate this? How do we look at our markets, our supply chains, and our access to capital and resources, etc.? So I think it requires a lot more agility, a lot more foresight to move in this environment. And then if we add to the geopolitical turbulence, there's also the regulatory turbulence, which is also something that the industry was dealing with in terms of earlier the environmental challenges, the access to markets could be restricted because of compliance requirements. And I don't think that's gone completely away, and that still stays relevant. So that's the context in which we are sitting today, and we will have this discussion. So what do we do? And I think one of the three things that seem to be emerging in this environment is one that we need to diversify significantly more than what we have done historically. I think diversification in terms of markets where we sell, including markets that we may not have targeted historically. So we reduce our concentration risk in a way. We diversify our supply chains. We've seen the issues coming through because of over-reliance on certain suppliers for materials, for components, for minerals, etc. And then, of course, the whole question of how do we strengthen our domestic economy, our domestic growth, to be more resilient to deal with the global headwinds whenever we face. So I think those are the sort of broad themes that I think are emerging. And let me start with Mr. Singh in terms of, he comes from, of course, the steel industry. Steel industry is, we all understand, is critical for any economy. And also it is very India-centric in terms of the production and markets. But there are issues in terms of, how will this grow? What does it need to do in the context of also exports, because we want to grow the industry. So how do you see, the trade barriers impacting your industry, Mr. Singh, in particular? And what kind of strategies do you think are going to be relevant as we move forward there?
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. Let me put the broad picture first. I mean, a couple of terms you would have heard in last 2 days repeatedly: Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar, Swadeshi. So these three are the cornerstones of our current political and economic thinking. Steel is cardinal to development of the country. Steel contributes 2% in terms of GDP growth directly, but indirectly through construction sector, automobile sector, white goods sector. I mean, it has multiplier effect. Steel in India has direct relation with the GDP. Elasticity of steel demand with GDP growth is 1.7 to 1.8 times. When steel growth, when GDP growth goes up by 1%, steel growth goes up by 1.7 to 1.8%. You can see that from the figures as well. 10 years back, we were consuming 75 million tons. Last year, we consumed 156 million tons. In a span of 10 years, that has been the growth. And where does this 156 million of steel go into? Around 65% in construction and infrastructure sector. Then automobile sector, white goods sector, electrical sector, and so on. But steel is a raw material based sector. That's why, it has linkages with the external market, with the supply chains. And it has its own challenges as well. Number one, raw material is one, because we do not have entire mix of raw material available within the country. We have iron ore. We have some other materials, but the major raw material, which is the coking coal, that is not available in the country. For that, we have to rely on the external markets. So that's why supply chains becomes important. And competitiveness also becomes very important in this kind of a world where the price is the determinant factor in whether the good is going to be purchased by other economies or not. So competitiveness comes from inputs which is getting into it. So within our own country as well. So a couple of challenges which I'll mention about. Iron ore we have in abundance in the country in terms of resource. But reserve is only 20% of that. So how to unlock that? That is another challenge. So in this kind of dynamic, unpredictable world, navigating it is, for steel sector, is not very difficult because we primarily are dependent on our own consumption. In fact, if I can say that for the Indian economy as well, that is one thing which is hedging our economy also from the external turmoils which are happening, which are going on all over the world. For steel as well, last year, for instance, we produced 151 million tons of steel in the country, consumed 156 million tons. But we consume more than what we produced. Our export is to the tune of around 4 to 5%. Last year it was down. So that is the kind of a landscape where we are. And but external markets are important to us. There are certain steel products which we don't produce. They are imported, and some we produce which are required by the outside world as well.
So let me ask, you made 2-3 interesting points, of course. One is that sourcing of certain raw material is critical. Even if the steel demand is entirely in India, but obviously we won't be able to produce that much steel. So on that specific point, are there any specific areas that you feel that we should be focusing on as a country to secure those supplies? Are there some different ways of approaching the issue as compared to what we've done historically?
Iron ore we have in abundance in the country. Coking coal is one area. For 1 ton of steel, around 700 kilos of coking coal is required. And we are importing around 80% of our requirement. Initially, it used to be solely, I'll say primarily from Australia. But of late, reliance on Australia has decreased because we are diversifying our imports of coking coal from other countries as well. So other countries are Russia, and because of the war going on there, that again, sourcing from there is problem. Mongolia is another one. Mozambique is another one. So I'll say because of these kind of measures, and government is playing a very proactive role in collaborating with the other countries so that we are able to have our footprints there. And on account of that, now initially Australian import of coking coal used to be in the vicinity of 80%. Now they are down to 58%. So these kind of measures are happening. And, when we are too much dependent on the outside world for resources, then they are the price givers, and we have to accept that price, whatever is available. So that adds to the, or diminishes our competitiveness.
Thank you. Let me come to you, Sanjay, and looking at it from, capital, at the end of the day, all business is done by having access to capital. As you see the environment at this point in time, I think it'll be interesting to understand from you as a banker as to one, what is different in terms of how you evaluate the market today from a lending point of view, let's say, and which are the sectors you think are going to be more impacted with what we are seeing today, and second, from a growth point of view, what are the sectors that I think the banking industry is going to be looking at backing in some ways as part of the national economic agenda?
Thank you, Nitin. Good morning, everybody. So a very interesting point raised by you, Nitin, and let me start with some pretext of what the country has been doing over a period of time. Back 2014, the government mooted the idea of Make in India concept, basically to prioritize the manufacturing sector of the country and to make sure that the manufacturing sector of the country plays an important role in country's GDP. The idea at that time was to have at least 25% of our manufacturing GDP done through the manufacturing sector. But because of many other things coming into play, like COVID and other things, we could not achieve that by the targeted period of 2022. So that was moved ahead for 25. The government and the bank as such are taking a lot of effort in developing the MSME sector of the country. And MSME being the most important sector, which we think that is going to create a lot of difference in country's output, GDP output, and have an important role to play in global supply chain. The banks understand the criticality of providing credit on time to these sectors. And this is one of the area where we are striving hard through many digital push and even through pre-approved loans coming into play. We also understand that the cost of capital for our manufacturing sector is very high. If you take the cost of capital for a developed country, it ranges between 2 to 4%. That for China is 4 to 6%. Whereas for our country, it ranges between 8 to 12%. That itself is very high. And the banks are working on reducing the impact, how we can make available the capital to manufacturing sector and MSMEs so that their bottom line improves, their top line improves, and ultimately it gives impetus to the GDP of the country. So banks are into those things. The other thing which I also feel is that by virtue of banks' mix of liability that we have liability for shorter period. And for infrastructure impetus and for the impetus of manufacturing industries, we need long-term capitals. So government was conscious of it, and we made a new kind of NABFID coming into play for long-term capital providing for the industries. So banks are doing their job. They are onto it to make sure that the MSME sector of the country strives and does well.
Just speaking a little bit in the context of what's happening. So there are, issues of tariffs, and we know that we have a large market which is impacted at this point in time because of high tariffs, which makes us in some ways non-competitive or less competitive. But so there is going to be some financial stress as a result of that, I would imagine. And till the time that alternative markets are found, there will have to be some element of understanding and forbearance, if I may use that term, to deal with it, to keep the sector alive and able to sustain itself from a longer term perspective. Are there any specific challenges that you see as a banker which need to be addressed to make sure that we are able to deal with this particular situation?
Yeah. So we have seen COVID happening. COVID was a very big disruption which came for the banking industry as well as for the industry as such. Similar is the condition with this external tariff and protectionism coming up with the countries. This is going to impact more particularly the export-oriented units are going to be impacted by these kind of tariffs. The government is conscious and we are regularly engaging with the government and DFS to make plans for our export-oriented units to get some forbearance the way we got in the terms of COVID period, so that the industry survives. And as Sanjay was also speaking while his deliberations, that the country itself is a consumption mode country, and we do a lot of consumption inside. So the export units are also trying to see the Indian market more vigilantly, and also see alternate way of doing export other than US, because US has become has come as a disruption for the export units. So we are looking at it.
Thank you. If I may come to you, Satish Reddy, with as a person who is involved with the supply of talent. So just to get a sense from you, as you look at the academic sector, where do you see the maximum amount of employment opportunities that are coming up as for the students and for the next generation? And how do we as academicians are looking at making sure that we have the supply of the right quality and numbers to make sure that there is adequate employability of students and the supply for talent is met? Are there any sort of thoughts around that? How that is being looked at by the academic?
Thank you, Sanjay. As of now, as per the reports, probably India is producing around 10 million graduates every year, out of which probably around 45% is the employability right now. So there has been a huge gap between the academia and industry, but still, based on the new education policy, NEP 2020, if it has been implemented properly, there is every possibility we can improve the enrollment ratio into the education industry and as well as improve the employability skills. But still, because I come from a place called Kakinada, which is in South India in the state of Andhra Pradesh, so do I have access to the industry is a question mark. And how many industries are ready to give the helping hand or holding hand for the institutes in the rural areas is another question mark. So if we're able to bridge this gap, I'm pretty much sure that 45% can be moved up to at least 70-75%. And second thing is that nowadays, everyone is looking after IT, to be very frank. Now everyone is talking about AI, everyone's talking about data science, everyone's talking about computer science. So most of the enrollments into the education institutions is happening only with respect to the IT sector. But it is a responsibility to make sure other sectors, core sectors like mechanical or civil or electrical, it's not separate, that AI is also a part of these industries. If we can create an opinion among the student community, that is where the enrollment will be happening in each and every areas. Apart from the engineering sector, yes, pharmacy sector is there, business sector is there. All these sectors, they have their own takers because of the social awareness which they have about these industries and looking at the opportunities. But again, the student mindset is happening such a way that, the number speaks, because we as universities, or a lot of universities are being advertising a lot of things about, we got 1 crore package, we got 1.4 crore packages, and all these packages are coming only from the IT sector. So more students and parents are being fascinated towards the numbers rather than getting involved, what is happening in the industry, they're not aware of it, but being carried away with the numbers. This is which is happening right now.
So one of the challenge there's always there from an education point of view and which directly impacts the supply and quality of supply of talent, is the access to right institutions, to the right quality of education. And I think there's a lot of talk with the developments in technology, including AI, that can be a big solution to address the issue of access, the issue of quality. And that could be, and given that India, of course, is a big services economy, and our IT and global capability centers together probably constitute the largest segment of our exports for the country. The continuous supply of good quality talent is critical for both those areas. So using technology, including potential AI, applications in AI, do you see any shift in the way that access to good quality education is given to students in the country? And does that in some way significantly also continues to enhance our competitiveness as a services sector export provider? I mean, how do you see that impacting?
I mean, like AI has a very good impact, but the problem is are the people ready to understand the impact of the AI is a challenge here. Now, for example, at the time of the COVID, when everyone was sitting at home, suddenly there's a sudden surge in the increase of the online education. But as per the report given by one of the big four, how many people has actually completed the course, it's only 25%. Though the enrollment was 4x. The number of people completing the course was only 25%. So the question here is, are we able to create them a need why they need to pursue their higher educations or the latest technologies is the challenge right now. Now, for example, I recently met one of my ex-students who came to join her daughter in engineering in one of my, in my university. And that student I know pretty well. She got 8.0 CGPA when he was studying her engineering. But again, she's a housewife right now. So the question when I asked her, why didn't you pursue your higher studies? No need for me, because she's happy, she's a homemaker, husband is taking very good care of her. But despite of having the potential, when she was not able to see the need of pursuing the, higher educations or further educations, even though AI is there, other avenues are there, will they pursue it or not is one more challenge. And second problem is that, it's the language barrier. So most of the people in various regions, are not well versed with speaking in English or understanding English. The most of the content with respect to AI or anything is most of it's in English. So if it can be localized with the local languages, probably that is where we can increase the number of people pursuing the latest technologies, giving their hands into it.
Okay, so that you see the language as being a barrier to access despite technology developments. Okay, that's an interesting point. Coming back to you, Mr. Singh, so apart from engineering is a large element of our exports from the country, moving beyond steel. Are there any specific sectors that you see that we as a country should be focusing because we either have a competitive advantage in those sectors, or you think that those are not fully realized because there are policy constraints or constraints of other kinds? What are those sectors, and is there a broad sort of way for the government to look at it and see how we can build greater resilience in our economy by focusing on those sectors?
In fact, taking clue from last discussion about skilling, about education, we need to give a big push to manufacturing in the country. At one point of time, we used to go through data, we say how many engineers are produced and how many of them are employable or not employable at all. So skilling is a very, very serious constraint problem in our country. And that has been addressed several times by our prime ministers also. This is an area which is fraught with, I'll say, information asymmetry, their market failure, what kind of models are going to succeed, what are not going to succeed. That's a serious, serious problem. So, and this is an era of skilling and innovation. So, in fact, innovation also comes from skilling. So and we are a country which also exports a lot of talent to other countries. And in fact, knowledge economy of the world is being driven by Indians. So that is one area. Apart from that, what I'll say, this is an era of where we are witnessing climate change. We have seen this month also in our country, Himalayan fury, I mean, the way landslides occurred in the northern part of the country. And so climate change is a very, very important problem, and we need to address it. So decarbonization. I am from a sector which is termed as hard to abate sector. Hard to abate because there is long-term carbon lock-in, there is long lifespan of the technology which is used for steel making. So how to decarbonize? In that, again, the main problem is, since we are a large steel manufacturing, steel producing country, of finance. Green finance is a very, very big problem. Recently, two economists, big economists of our country, came out with a figure that how much fund is required to decarbonize the country, I mean, the fund requirement up to 2030. That is to the tune of $253 billion. So what are going to be the models for this kind of transition? How this green finance is going to come? I mean, my friend sitting in the right corner, he has to address to that what kind of green finance mechanism, blended finance can be one, where the government provides a hedging for that. So green production all over the world, you see, carbon is going to be the trade currency of the future. What is CBAM all about? Different kind of FTAs we are signing. Again, we have to produce goods according to the requirement, according to carbon footprints which are embedded in our products. So when they would be only tradable if the carbon content, carbon emission there is up to a tolerable kind of limit. So this is a big, big challenge. So, and this is going to be across everything, and especially about trade. Whether we are doing steel, we are, and of course, hard to abate sector are seriously impeded by this, but other sectors as well. So this is a very important aspect.
So instead of, just picking up on that point, and I wanted to actually talk about it as well today, is that instead of it being an impediment, the CBAM and all of those regulations which are coming in, US has a different view on it now, but, potentially that can happen as well. Can it be turned into a strategic advantage by India versus being seen as an impediment? Is that a real possibility?
See, in fact, government is preparing an ecosystem to make it an opportunity. For instance, a very important tool, very important smart tool, which has come into being in last 2 years, the CCTS, Carbon Credit Trading System, which has been put into place. What does it do? Small carbon amelioration, carbon decarbonization measures which are taken by industry, they are rewarded through this. That's one measure. And a greenhouse, green hydrogen mission which has come into being. We have a good target where to give an initial push to the manufacturing sector to adopt and accept decarbonization measures. Then I'll specifically mention about steel. In steel, government has come out with a green steel policy. There is a green steel taxonomy which defines what is going to be green steel. But a couple of things are more to be done by the government, which government is working on that. Because since when I interact with the government on a regular basis, I know of that. I mean, that is the creation of green steel market. That is the most important thing. Until the market is there, where the steel is going to be. And they are going to be, market means that government is going to, has to play the role of the first consumer, most powerful consumer, through public procurement. So I'll say within the country, impetus is being provided to greening, to decarbonization, and especially I'll say the hard to abate sector. So definitely this is going to be provide us opportunity. But there are certain, I'll say, innate problems in hard to abate sector. They need to be overcome in due course of time.
So what you're saying is before we can, become a producer of green steel, for example, for global markets, we need to have a domestic market for that product, right? Of course, and then there's a cost issue and a financing issue, I understand that. But then coming to, Sanjay, in terms of looking at it again from a financial services or banking point of view, I think there are two questions. One, I'm just picking up the point that Mr. Singh made in terms of availability of finance for these kind of initiatives, because they are maybe their gestation period, maybe there are challenges in terms of how that is looked at by bankers in terms of feasibility, etc. And also, I think the second point I wanted to pick up was that which you had made earlier, that MSMEs, etc., are the drivers of growth for a country and employment. Are there any, and I just want to pick up the other point that was being made in terms of technology and saying that, how do you see the financial services evolving, and how is technology is being used as a catalyst for making available financing opportunities, or the whole process being streamlined so that credit is available to more people across the country? Of course, there are various government policies, but core banking is that sort of, also moving in that direction by making it easier to have access to finance. I think those 2 points.
So, two important things came up here. One, use of technology in banking. So, if you'll see 10 years back and what we are having today as the banking, the things have moved substantially ahead, and bank has started using technology to utmost level. And the challenge which I feel right now for the bankers are to scale up our Finacle and core banking system to cloud native solutions. That is one of the major challenge that the bankers are facing. And we are trying to move on to the cloud native solutions, because it is very easy to scale, very easy to cater to the need of the customer immediately, which the legacy system has its own problem. The other thing that bankers are also trying right now, as far as for the technology is concerned, is having an open banking system like thing, so that we integrate very fast with the fintechs, and the possibility of new solutions which fintech has gets integrated to our system immediately. That is one area where we are working, and as Union Bank of India, we are one of the pioneers in open banking system that we have with our solutions. We are also integrating the AI concept of AI ML in the use of day-to-day operations of the banking. The reconciliation has moved completely to RPA processes, and this is something that a bank has started leveraging fast. And you'll see a lot of public sector bank coming up, because we do have legacy system, we do have legacy staff with us. So getting knowledge of all these computerized system and making them available with the customers as well as with the internal staff becomes a challenge for us at times. So we are doing that, and you'll see in coming 2-3 years, public sector banks will be competing hands-on with the private sector as well as the foreign banks coming to the country. As far as what Sanjay was speaking about the green financing aspect, the banks are doing it, and we do have green deposit concept, but there are certain challenges that the banker feel at times. Number one, the assessment of the green projects which is to be financed by us is one of the challenge which we feel, because a lot of green washing happens. So it is important to fade out that green washing of a project and identify actual green projects which are to be financed. Secondly, the green deposits that we take does not have, at present, does not have any incentivization for the customers who are giving it as a green deposit. That is another part. So the liability, the asset will only come when liability is there with us. So the banks are working, we are regularly engaging with our regulators to give us some differentiator in green deposit, so that we can garner the liability and accordingly make use of it in the asset side of that.
Thank you. So just coming back to you, Mr. Reddy, so one is, of course, we talked about talent supply as one of the key aspects. But I think one of the other areas which I just want to touch upon, because we talked about innovation, we talked about the challenges that we have and the transition that the industry needs to make in many areas. There's always a question about the industry academic partnership. For innovation, that's critical. Do you see progress over the last few years in the way it is moving? There's obviously a lot of questions in terms of, is it adequately incentivized? Are we doing enough, investing enough in terms of the R&D or in terms of innovation? How do you see that working today from an academic standpoint? And what would you like to see the industry and the government doing more to promote that?
The main key point here is, if you look at the last 10 years, obviously there has been a lot of change with respect to the R&D which is happening in the institutions. Now, first thing is government has changed its policies, reducing the prices for filing of the patents or encouraging research in the industry. But the thing is, the major challenge is, as Sir said, with respect to skilling and all these things. Now, when we are doing a point of research, how well are we connected to the industry to know the real pain points and where to work? And second thing, how the industry is actually welcoming the faculty members or the researchers to do the research on their pain points by sharing the data sets and all these things. Because sharing data sets is always a concern for the industry. It can be sensitive at some point of time. But again, until and unless we maintain that relation with the industry, the research can't be taken forward. Point number one. Point number two is that, with the NEP National Education Policy, yes, right now there has been a lot of interaction, has been improved with the industry compared to the last before 2020. But again, are the faculty ready to, are the faculty ready to take up these projects? Why? Because with respect to academia, there has to be a change within the institutions itself. For example, a professor should have 12 hours of workload per week, remaining time, expecting that he would spend his time in research or producing some publications. But actually, are they doing it is one more challenge.
Is that, sorry to intervene there, is that an internal governance of the institutions, or is it a regulatory solution? Where do you see the solution there?
That is I can say from both the parties. Why? Because there are certain guidelines given by UGC and AICT say this much workload should be given. Now expecting them to spend more time with respect to research, but in reality it's a self-driven thing from the faculty as well. But again, coming back your question. Sir was talking about green finance. Now our Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu was talking about quantum computing. He wants to make Amravati as a quantum valley. Now people are talking about AI. So with respect to all these developing areas, how the people who are there in the academic industry, without the exposure to the, what is happening in the industry, how they can teach the students. So that is where, NEP has given a provision that for every 3 years, faculty should be trained in the industry at least for 6 months or 1 year, so that they'll come to know or they'll be aware of what is happening in the industry. In turn, they can train the students. So if the industries are ready to open up for the faculty members to make them as a part of their team and, throwing them the challenges which they're facing, yes, the research can be on the next level for sure. But again, both the ways. Is the industry opening up, or are the education industry ready to deploy their faculty members with a dire shortage of talented faculty members in the industry?
Thank you.
I'll add to what about research, because I have had fairly large experience in the government in heading a research outfit. That is Indian Council of Agriculture Research. So the problem in research is, I'm talking about impactful research. We have brilliant scientists, brilliant professors, but first of all, identification of the right problem. That is only available with the users. I'm talking about the industry. In ICR, it used to be with the farmers. So what is the problem that is required to be addressed? That's number one. And number two, how to give an impetus to high risk and high reward research. That is the core of the problem. And because what invariably happens, the high risk means that anybody who is part of the government outfit, whether it's universities or in the research institutions, they would not easily accept those kind of research. And secondly, I'll say one has to learn regarding it from the startups. Startups can quickly rebound. They fail once, that quickly rebound, because that is also part of their structure. So these are the kind of things which are required to be put in place for research to be really impactful.
Thank you.
So just on continuing with this thing, again, startups, no doubt, has been on a growing graph in the last few years. Now, the reason why it is, again, they were able to identify the real pain points and started building solutions for that. But again, is there a system where we can support these startups when they're in the student level? As Sir said, probably 1 out of 100 will go to the next level, remaining 99 startups will fail. So is there an ecosystem within the university and with respect to the government policies where we can support these kids when they're in the student age if there's a failure? Can that be considered as some kind of credit points or incentivizing the student community to make sure that just go along with that? It's a hard journey to be on a startup, that is for sure.
So you create a safe environment for entrepreneurship and innovation. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, I think we are kind of out of time, so we'll open it for questions for a Q&A. But I have a few questions which have already come. So let me just read this out. This is for you, Mr. Singh. The question is from Mr. Aman Gupta from Gwalior Management Association. In the past few years, China is not only catering the steel demand of the world, but has also substituted Indian steel producers. Should India be concerned? And the second question is further, India is currently focusing on strengthening the relationship with China. What is going to be the exact impact on the Indian economy? So it's a fairly broad question, but maybe you can restrict it to the steel.
Yeah, one thing, China is the leading producer of steel in the world. They produce half of the total world production. We are the number 2 producer of steel. In fact, right now, the kind of problem which China is facing, and that is being reflected in the trade dynamics world over. They have overcapacity, producing more, not being able to consume that. They do not have the capacity to consume that. So, with that perspective, what is required for, we are producing enough at this juncture for the country, and our demand is growing by, I think, 15-16% annually. And with the kind of reform recently done on GST 2.0, I'm pretty certain that this demand will go up by 5 to 6% more. So with 20% annually, the demand, and we are, the steel industry of India is in a position to produce that kind of steel. So there is no, I'll say they are working in their space. The only thing which is required is that we need to protect our market. Because there is tendency among the countries which are producing more, so they are to distort the price dynamics. And there have been instances of dumping in the country. So on account of that, the Ministry of Commerce has levied safeguard duties of 12%. So these kind of tools, the government is quite vigilant. So they are taken care of, but definitely, I'm not only talking about steel, I'm talking about generally for the Indian goods, that we need to protect our market.
Thank you. Second question, I don't have the name who's asked this question, but it's for you, Mr. Reddy. Women being, or maybe for others as well, women being highly educated, but due to constraints, she's not able to take the employment. What kind of opportunity provided to women so that they should be financially independent along with balancing their family life?
So the current system is like, now there are a lot of online resources for everyone to learn, but even being at home. So there are no restrictions. The only thing, they have to have that initiative within them to make sure to learn what are the new things coming in. But the thing here is that, once you are learning a technology or doing a certification by sitting at home, what are the opportunities you have to earn by sitting at home is the major question here. So some being empowered, they can start their own startups being sitting at home. For example, I know a few women who started with respect to the cooking classes, delivering cooking classes by sitting at home, or making some localized things like biscuits, which are famous in the local regions. So they're employing the other women and they're selling it online. But again, that technology has to be with them to make sure they become more productive.
I think there's one question from Mr. G.S. Yadav. This is on green policy. What are the mechanisms to contain greenwashing and win trust in supply chain and other areas? So any thoughts on that, Mr. Singh?
In fact, greenwashing is a serious problem at this juncture. Maybe eventually it would not be. But there are certain tools which have been put in place. The most important of them is the SEBI's BRSR reporting. Business Responsibility Sustainable Reporting, which has been mandated for, made mandatory for top 1,000 companies in the country. Eventually, it's going to be for every company. So there, and of course, in time to come, this system is going to become more stringent, where third-party audits are going to be there, and so on. So I'll say the green audits are going to be, we would see in time to come. So with that, and as well as, of course, the most important aspect is that we have to be conscious of that we do not misreport, we do not underreport, and so these are the aspects which the users and the industry, they have to be conscious of.
And I think the question was also in terms of building. So when we're talking in the context of our subject of building resilience and shielding the Indian economy, how important is this? Because I think it's a question of how do you build credibility and trust in the supply chain? Because as you go to newer markets, that may be an important differentiator in terms of how we are perceived. So is there something that you see specifically that the industry needs to be doing apart from the regulatory interventions that are coming in?
In fact, for the industry, and more so about industry which is sourcing in material from outside and also sourcing in also providing outputs to the outside world. The entire ecosystem of decarbonization or the ESG reporting is such, there the value chain partners' carbon footprints, ESG footprints, their ESG report is also integrated. So I'm talking when it comes to the value chain partners, who all are there. So it's not about only one company. It's not only about one company that who is manufacturing. They have to really account for their own conduct, but also about the value chain partner with whom they are partnering.
Thank you. I think we are pretty much out of time, but there's last question that has come for you specifically in terms of climate change and energy security. And the question is that you are situated in the coastal region, and how do you practice sustainability in your campus, and how do you sensitize the students through curriculum or other practices, because this is an important element of what is happening in the world today?
So with respect to the sustainability, yes, so we have almost 2 megawatt power plant, solar power plant installed on the rooftops of the campus. And all the vehicles with respect to internal vehicles, they are EV vehicles. And out of 250 acres of the campus, like, the whole campus, I would say, we had occupied around 70 acres of the campus, with the buildings remaining all, was complete greenery. So even though we are having almost close to 25,000 students, still we want to maintain that greenery in the campus. And yes, because of the SDGs, we are making point by point. We are as of now fixed 3 SDGs we want to achieve in the next 2 to 3 years. So we are creating awareness campaigns among the student community, and also whatever the initiatives being taken in the campus, we're aligning to these 3 SDGs, and it's a kind of creating awareness among the student community what SDG is and why we have to do it. So these are the initial steps which we have taken. So down the lane, because with respect to the climate change and all these things, yes, that's something we need to think of, and we'll for sure in the future we're going to think about it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think we're out of time for this panel now, but appreciate all the candid answers. I think, there are obviously many things that need to be done, but it's very clear that given the current environment, there are different thoughts, there are things we need to do differently. And of course, innovation and agility are going to be quite critical as we navigate this turbulent sort of weather at this point. Thank you very much, Dr. Singh. Thank you, Mr. Reddy and Mr. Narayan. That was very interesting conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs, for a power-packed discussion. It is my pleasure to invite on stage Mr. Sanjay Kirloskar, past President-AIMA, to kindly do us the honors of presenting mementos for this session. We start by thanking Mr. Nitin Atroley, Chief Strategy, People and Corporate Affairs Officer, KPMG in India, our esteemed moderator. We thank Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh, Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel Limited. Our thanks to Mr. Satish Reddy, Vice Chairman and Pro-Chancellor, Aditya University. Our thanks to Mr. Sanjay Narayan, Chief General Manager, Zonal Office, Delhi, Union Bank of India. And our thanks to Mr. Kirloskar for joining us on stage to present the mementos for this session. With this, we have come to the end of plenary session 11. Please note that we are taking a short break for tea and coffee. Please be back in your places by 11:10. You can carry your tea and coffee cups back to your tables. We will start the next session at 11:15 a.m. sharp. Once again, a gentle reminder, next session starts at 11:15 a.m. sharp. Please do join us back in time and kindly take your seats. After the tea break, we will return with the session War on Peace, Navigating Coercive Geopolitics. We promise you thought-provoking discussions during the day today, so please do join us back in time, 11:15. The next session starts. Thank you. Enjoy the break.
Didn't adopt medicine. It shaped it. From ancient Ayurveda to documented surgeries in Sushruta Samhita, we've always believed healing is sacred. But turning this timeless ethos into tomorrow's healthcare vision, that needed a revolution. That needed Apollo. 1983, one man, one vision to bring world-class healthcare to India. Dr. Pratap C. Reddy didn't just dream of world-class healthcare in India. He built it. Apollo began as an idea. Today, it's a movement, an institution, a commitment. Apollo isn't just a hospital. It's India's healthcare backbone. From one hospital to 79 hospitals. From one doctor to 13,000. From one bed to 10,400 beds. 6,800 pharmacies. 2,200 diagnostic centers. 165 dialysis clinics. 252 dental centers. 275 clinics. 800 telemedicine hubs. From one city to 43. From serving one nation to earning the trust of patients across 150 nations. Over 33 million digital users. 200 million lives touched. Every single day, 1,000 surgeries performed. 80,000 plus tests done. 1 lakh medicine orders fulfilled. Because at Apollo, care isn't delivered. It's orchestrated with precision, pace, and presence. World's busiest solid organ transplant program. 5 organ transplants every day. 2.26 lakh cardiac surgeries. 5 lakh orthopedic procedures. 2 lakh onco surgeries. 2.17 lakh neurosurgeries. Not just large numbers, exceptional outcomes. Not just excellence, but repeatable, scalable, evidence-based mastery. Apollo doesn't follow global innovation. It introduces it. India's first proton therapy center and ZapX technology. 15,000 robotic surgeries. 5G ambulances. AI co-pilots. Connected care program. Others install machines. Apollo builds systems where doctors are empowered, where innovation speaks the language of care. 26 million preventive health checks, 7,30,000 in the last year alone. With Apollo Pro Health and Zen, We don't wait for disease to knock. We meet it at the door and close it early. Today, when India faces an epidemic of lifestyle diseases, Apollo stands guard, tackling non-communicable diseases before they become life-threatening. From hypertension to diabetes, from cardiac risk to cancer, our battle begins long before symptoms appear. India's future isn't just being healed, it's being protected. Apollo 24/7 is not just an app. It's India's largest and most trusted digital health companion. A platform that brings Apollo's legacy of care to your fingertips. At Apollo, care extends beyond treatment. It educates. AI-powered videos in 30+ languages. Live webinars with doctors. Millions engaged on our website and social media platforms. Our doctors now inform, influence, and inspire. Across borders, across languages, across lives. Doctors at Apollo don't work in silos. They work inside India's most powerful healthcare engine, backed by data, driven by research, and elevated by technology. Here, they don't just practice, they progress. With systems that support, with platforms that scale, with tools built around clinical thinking. From drone-powered medicine deliveries navigating the toughest terrains of Arunachal to teleclinics connecting patients across 17 countries. From caring for the elderly in our senior living homes to screening school children in the remotest districts. Apollo's care doesn't end at the hospital gate. It crosses borders, breaks barriers, and reaches wherever healing is needed. Because for us, healthcare isn't a location, it's a promise. This story of lives saved, futures rebuilt, systems transformed. Every milestone, a mind that wouldn't give up. The next chapter calls for deeper care, broader reach, bolder breakthroughs. And just as always, it will be written by those who heal with head, hands, and heart. You didn't just join Apollo's journey. You've helped define it. Here's to the future, built by Apollo.
From pioneering Asia's first integrated steel plant in 1907 to becoming a global leader, Tata Steel's journey is one of transformation and progress. Reinforcing our commitment to fuel India's growth, we are doubling our production capacity in India to 40 million tons. With a focus on net zero by 2045, we are transitioning towards low-carbon steel making in the UK and the Netherlands. We are also setting up a green steel plant in Ludhiana, India. Driven by innovation, our advanced products and solutions are tailored to address evolving customer needs. By partnering with startups, academia, and external partners, we are transforming the steel value chain. Leveraging artificial intelligence and Industry 4.0 technologies, we are setting new benchmarks in safety and manufacturing excellence. Our people power our purpose. Across geographies, we champion diversity and inclusion while enabling our workforce to be future-ready. We uplift communities through healthcare, education, sports, livelihood programs, and more, impacting millions. We drive long-term value by managing financial and operational resources with efficiency and foresight, investing in growth and sustainability. At Tata Steel, we are not just making steel, we are making tomorrow. Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
It starts with a spark, inspired by the fire within, transformed by passion and a will of steel, that gives shape to our tomorrow, where experience and ambition forges itself into a legacy, built on the foundations of expertise and excellence, and driven by a hunger to exceed expectations. Providing an unshakable backbone to infrastructure, engineering, construction, packaging, transportation, and global distribution. Where every step forward is a giant leap for India's future. Welcome to Jindal Steel's legacy of transformation. Our legacy sparked off with one man's dream who envisioned a landscape focused on nation building, value creation, and sustainable development, to lay out new paths of progress and industrial transformation. Our legacy is built on world-class steel plants that produce the best in its class. Because we are obsessed with precision and perfection and are powered by the latest technological advances, where well-integrated systems of backward integration gives us unparalleled control over quality. Smooth forward integration to seamlessly connect the multifaceted dots of development. To become one of the biggest steel manufacturers in India. While illuminating the future, we firmly believe in nourishing the present and investing in the nation's capital by bringing about social change that promotes skill development, self-sufficiency, and strengthens communities from within. Environmental change that nurtures and sustains the ecosystem. And educational transformation through cutting-edge facilities and initiatives that hold the potential to empower communities, to stand strong, while making a change where it truly matters. At Jindal Steel, we've grown our legacy on ownership, respect, striving for quality, and most importantly, on the dedication and passion of our people who take our values further and build the future with us.
What makes SBI the best bank in India? A legacy that spans over 2 centuries, highest customer base, biggest profits. The SBIans who bring best-in-class service and keep customers' interest at heart. India, by 2030, is primed to become world's 3rd largest economy.
Ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder, we are starting the next session sharp at 11:15, so please do join us back in time.
And this is where SBI leads the way.
We are heading into session 12. This is plenary session
SBI
12.
has ensured that even the smallest villages have access to banking. It is also the leading contributor to government financial inclusion schemes for bank accounts, insurance and pension.
SBI's vast network ensure.
We are now ready to start the next session. May I request you all to please kindly come back to your seats. This is plenary session 12. We are starting with this session now, War on Peace, Navigating Coercive Geopolitics. May I request you all to please kindly take your seats. Please feel free to bring your tea or coffee back to your table. However, please do join us back in time so that we can start the next session on time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to please kindly take your seats. We are ready to start with the next session, which is War on Peace, Navigating Coercive Geopolitics. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the poll question for this session. It's now on your screens. Should India aim for quick fix, selective trade deals instead of trying for comprehensive FTAs? Please do share your opinion. Whether it's yes, no, or can't say, we would love to hear from you. QR codes are on your tables, and so are the question slips. Please do make use of them. Please put down your queries or questions on the question slips so that we can send them to the esteemed speakers and they can address your queries. Meanwhile, the poll question for this session is on your screens. Should India aim for quick fix selective trade deals instead of trying for comprehensive FTAs? Please do share whether you agree, you don't agree, or you can't say. Those of you who are back in your seats, thank you so much. And those of you who are still standing around, may I request you to please kindly take your seats. Please come back to your tables. We are ready to start with our next session, which is War on Peace, Navigating Coercive Geopolitics. You're welcome to bring back your tea or coffee onto your table. But please do take a seat as we are ready to start the next session. So ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to start plenary session 12, War on Peace, Navigating Coercive Geopolitics. We have already shared the poll question with you. Should India aim for quick fix selective trade deals instead of trying for comprehensive FTAs? Meanwhile, let's hear it from our experts who are now ready to join us on stage. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Pranjal Sharma, Economic Analyst, Advisor and Author as the moderator. Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, Immediate Past President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Triveni Turbine Limited. We warmly welcome Dr. C. Raja Mohan, Distinguished Fellow, Council on Strategic and Defense Research. Please join me in welcoming Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele, retired Deputy Director General, Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. We warmly welcome Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial. A very warm welcome to all of you. I now hand it over to Mr. Pranjal Sharma to take the session forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a value add in this session with Vishal joining us. So thanks, Vishal, for being here. May I request everybody to please settle down at the back. We're starting the session. We don't want any disruption. Kindly take your chairs as soon as possible. So I think one of the most interesting things in the last few years has been the rise in the number of geopolitical experts in the country. I know, Rajmohan, you have been writing for decades about this, but now I think almost every citizen who's aware, is reading, has an opinion on geopolitical shifts. So how many of you think of yourself as geopolitical experts? How many of you follow geopolitics? Look at that. I think the number of hands here would have been far fewer if we had been talking a few years ago. So I think between the conflicts that we've seen, it's not as if we never had conflicts. Conflicts have been part of the global world order for centuries, actually, if not millennia. But the interesting intensity and the impact of social media in responding to change has been very, very strong, and I think people are reacting to it at a citizen level. So I'm going to begin by you, Rajmohan, because you bring a breadth and depth to understanding geopolitics. Is it today, when we talk about war and peace and coercive geopolitics, would you say it's a new development, or is it that we are now becoming more aware of it? Is this a new era of coercive geopolitics?
Yeah, before that, I think I fully agree with you. I think business and geopolitics was seen as two different worlds because post-1991, the kind of consolidation of the framework of globalization.
Can you hold it closer?
Yeah, the sense that everyone was going in the same direction and that the broad lines in which, modern industry, capitalism will evolve was seen as settled. I think the problem in the last few years has been that assumption that the economic structures are immune to politics, both national and international. That was taken for granted. I think since Brexit and the election of Trump, first time in 2016, November, they've fundamentally altered that. And I think that is the new situation we are in. So we are in a process of rethinking globalization, not as much in the developing countries, but the US, which actually had imposed globalization, shall we say, was the preacher, was the teacher on globalization, on the virtues of globalization, today finds there is a backlash against that globalization within the United States. And I think the rise of the MAGA, the questioning of free trade, the questioning of immigration, all these are part of the change that is taking place in the United States. And if the US as number one economy changes the direction, then I think the broad structure too will change. So therefore, we are today dealing with a world in which, I know otherwise I wouldn't be in this room, but for non-politics, you guys wouldn't have any time for people like us. But in the last few years, I've seen, speaking at the investors conference in Hong Kong, Singapore, everyone has suddenly woken up to the reality that there is a politics, uncertain, unpredictable, that has to be dealt with. The second point, to come to you, your second point, I think where we are today is, historically, look, countries have always used leverage, that economic leverage, as we say, everything is fair in love and war. Using economic power as a way of winning wars was quite a classical thing. But I think what we've seen happen in the last decade is really the expansive use of economic coercion by the number one and the number two economies, that is US and China, in their own distinctive ways. The first coercion, in modern times we saw China stopped rare earths to Japan in 2011. There was an issue with the navies on the ground. They simply started squeezing them using that. So I think as China gained monopolies with 35% of the global manufacturing, their capacity to deny for political or other purposes has dramatically grown. And in the case of US, we've also seen this from the time of the Great War on Terror, that is post 9/11 attacks on Washington and New York. There is a story, after 9/11, the Americans went to Brussels and said, guys, we have to gain control of the SWIFT. It's not going to be a secret thing. The security is paramount, so you got to open up SWIFT for monitoring by American security officials. Since then, we've seen how SWIFT has been used as a tool on a range of areas. And I think we've seen the US do this in an extraordinary way. One reason, of course, US doesn't want to go to war everywhere. Therefore, using the piping of the international system, that is finance, insurance, shipping, use every structural piping that has undergirded globalization. The US, because of its dominance, is today saying, I'm going to use this control of the piping to fix anyone I don't like. And I think in Trump's case, we've seen an explicit reference saying tariffs is an instrument of policy. Until now, we've seen use of finance. Here saying trade policy can be used as a way of changing the behavior of other countries. And I think this is a new world. And whether Trump will succeed or already we're seeing some backlash to it, I think that's where we are. So coercion is here to stay, and we got to deal with it.
That's a great point. I'm going to come to Nikhil on this. Nikhil, this is the era of weaponizing of everything. You know, there was a while when you thought when there was a war or a conflict zone, at least business and economy could kind of plan to go ahead, because the systems underlying business, trade, investment were by and large not impacted, unless there was, of course, a physical disruption. But as Rajmohan says, weaponizing of SWIFT was a turning point in many ways for global industry. Weaponizing now of supply chain and trade and ports is the next element of this. How does then the industry cope? How do you see industry coping and planning for a situation where the underlying systems of trade and investment are now effectively weapons that are at war?
Thank you, Pranjal. Firstly, it's great to be on this panel with such luminaries like Vishal, Captain Lile, and Rajya. It's a very interesting conversation or point that you bring up. In this volatile, uncertain world, how do you actually, what are the parameters by which business decisions are taken? Because the time frame by which capital investment and strategy is determined for a company is far longer than what may be these short-term trade disruptions or volatility that we see. Largely the war, if you believe the markets, the wars that we see currently are wars of convenience. They're convenient wars. You know, they're not large-scale wars which really people feel is going to impact their livelihoods or disrupt trade to such a large extent, if you believe the markets. And very frankly, especially I believe the US president believes the market in a lot of his policy statements. But this doesn't take away from the fact that we've just come out of one of the largest shocks that we had, which was COVID, which taught us how to be more agile and dynamic as companies, to focus on the relevance of our products, and therefore on R&D, but at the same time create a balance sheet which is nimble and allows you to be flexible, which allows you to reorient supply chains, to at times bring them closer to home, at times have them spread out so that you are eliminating risk to the maximum extent possible. These elements of transforming your balance sheet have been underway through a large part of the last century, and in fact, last decade, I mean. And if you see it in specific in India, you can see the leverage that Indian companies have on their balance sheet. And I would really like to hear Vishal's point of view on this. And that is, I think, a reaction to the risk that they see in the world. By having less leverage on their balance sheet, given the history that we had in terms of over-leverage in the 2010s and the repercussions that the authorities had and maybe overreaction that they had has also caused a certain degree of risk. But that, coupled with global uncertainty, has also meant that companies' strategies in the way that they look at their balance sheet, deployment of capital, how they actually look at fixed capital formation and the cash on their book has been more conservative. The focus on R&D, I think, is an important point to focus on, because the relevance of your products needs to be there in the global market. Exports are important, and tariffs to that extent disrupt strategies for companies to an extent, because exports allow you to validate your competitiveness not only in terms of the technology in your product, but the cost structure. So exports are, I think, an intrinsic part of the economic system and the intrinsic part of any successful company. But to have trade disruptions and disproportionate trade disruptions for a long period would be, I think, extremely detrimental to Indian industry and extremely detrimental to the global industry at large. So I feel that we believe as a company, and I think that a lot of these trade disruptions that the US has imposed are short-term. It'll be a very different conversation if we believe that they will be long-term. But I think the markets also believe that it's short-term.
Well, Vishal, I'm going to stick with this thought about finance. Global financial system, and you represent that world. Can't they push back and tell political leaders that this is not the way to conduct or manage conflicts? There are multi-billion-dollar funds which decide the fate of companies, countries, economies. How is it that they are not responding to this very deep fundamental disruption?
So I'll, start by saying there is a line in the movie The Godfather which says finance is the gun, but politics tells you when to pull the trigger, right? So that's kind of what's going on in the world right now. But to take Nikhil's point forward on, most companies will plan long-term investments when there is certainty of policy, regulation, and when they see demand. So otherwise you won't see expansions. When you have the nature of geopolitics today, where you cannot credibly be able to foresee at least the short term, people can easily push expansions by a quarter or 2 quarters before they see certainty of demand and certainty of policies before they put investments on the ground. And I completely agree. I think from a India perspective, India balance sheet is very strong. Indian banks are in the pink of health with all of the corrections we've done in the last 10 years. Indian corporates are sitting with the lowest debt levels in, I think, 4 decades, and the highest cash levels. And the ability for them to invest is high. And in a sense, that is reflecting in the markets. The markets believe that, ultimately, equity markets, they want returns, and they want high returns on capital employed. I mean, that is the fundamental reason why a company would trade at a better valuation relative to somebody else, or a market would trade at a better valuation relative to another market. And returns on capital in India in the last decade have been high. One reason is you've seen almost $100 billion worth of assets that have changed hands through the IBC process. And most of those assets have been purchased at less than 20-25 cents to a dollar. And returns on capital on all of those assets are close to 35% today. And so Indian entrepreneurs are very smart. They are being very careful in terms of deciding how they allocate that capital going forward. And in the current scenario, I think it is better to wait short term and then take decisions than pulling the trigger very quickly. And on flows, I think we've seen a lot of selling. I mentioned yesterday we've seen almost 145,000 crores of FPI selling in the equity markets. But the big change has been domestic savings and the channelization of domestic savings to equities from fixed return instruments. And that will continue. I think it continues over the next 5 years. At least we've seen in the Western economies like China and US that they have been able to grow savings or channelize savings into equities from retail for almost 2 or 3 decades continuously. And that's how those markets have become very deep and large. So I think India is in a very strong position. How we are able to take advantage of our strong balance sheet, how the private sector and government can actually work together, literally come together as a unit, which China has done very well over the last many years. The amount of support the Chinese government has given to its entrepreneurs to build businesses is incredible, whether at state level or central level or policies for exports or just the amount of infrastructure being created by the government so business can thrive. So I think it's very important that government and private sector come together this time and seize the opportunity. And that will help us really come out of this current situation and propel back into growth.
But global investors still have a responsibility, right? You believe that?
See, global investors, I think end of the day, global finance is a function of global trade. So the positive thing for us post-COVID has been a very strong domestic capital base being created for investment, where you can raise money. Entrepreneurs and companies can go raise money for projects. But global finance will always follow global trade. So if global trade is going to be impacted, as Nikhil was saying, that if it's a shorter term thing, which markets are saying it's a short term thing, but if it lands up being a longer term thing, then global finance will be impacted.
And they have to, I think, some way exert influence. I'm going to come to Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele. Apart from being an officer in the Air Force, you've spent many years as a defense expert, and specifically on WMDs, weapons of mass destruction and strategic technologies. So in today's world, Group Captain Lele, what is a WMD? How would you describe? Is there a new element of WMD which is coming up? For example, is weaponizing of trade a weapon of mass destruction today? Do you see finance as a weapon of mass destruction today? It's no longer about, chemical bombs or nuclear bombs. How do you see that evolution of the concept of WMD?
I think as a student of geopolitics,
keep it closer to you. The mic, just keep it closer to you. Yeah.
As a student of geopolitics, I think WMD is everything. But if you see the entire debate and discourse which is happening in these weaponization aspects of it, a couple of years back only it has started, not recently. In those days, people started using the word security and securitization of everything. So it was a climate security, it was a water security, it was a food security. The understanding was that the politicians will only understand the terminologies where you are trying to say that there could be a challenge to human security or to a national security. So from that perspective, people started using the word security a couple of years back. Right now, because of what is happening in the economic field, definitely there is a concept of a economic security also. And that can be extrapolated towards weapon of a mass destruction. Because in today's world, anything and everything has got certain amount of a dependence on economy. And under those circumstances, I'm sure that everybody will understand that economization or a securitization of an economy is going to actually have more eyeballs. And that is what is important. Otherwise, your funding will not come in. Otherwise, your policy decisions will not be taken. Otherwise, your structures will not be developed. So when you're talking of a technology per se also, a couple of years back, the technology was looked into a specific domain where it is only a people who are working, say, in Indian context in CSIR and all that. But today, DRDO, ISRO, everything which is associated with technology is getting a forefront. And they're getting a forefront because the technology itself is a dual-use technology. So when you're talking of a security, today my space technology is definitely a dual-use technology. You can use it for your socio-economic developments. You can use it in Ops Sindoor also. So that is what is happening. And I think this is a welcome change also because there is more amount of understanding which is happening about how the security needs to be contextualized at the backdrop of an economy, at the backdrop of a technology. And that's where we can say that yes, modern day WMD is not a weapon of a mass destruction, but it is more of a weapon of a mass disruption, which what we can see right now in the context of a tariffs.
So I'll stay with you on this, Group Captain Lele. What are the 2 or 3 very critical technologies, strategic technologies that you think India should or the world will focus on in the next few years? Again, WMD was a concept of 20 years ago, but as you said, it expanded to many more things. But what are the strategic technologies that we now see? Drones, for example, have become very mainstream. It used to be on the sideline. You realize, of course, cyber warfare is, you can bring down complete installations of critical infrastructure using cyber warfare. In your view and in your research, how do you see the changes? What will be the 2 or 3 key strategic technologies that India must focus on?
You see, right now, if you speak in the context of a warfare, a couple of years back, you only had a land warfare, air warfare, and a maritime warfare. But now you got two another elements added to it, cyber warfare and a space warfare. So definitely, if you see the pattern of Trump 1.0, where he himself established a separate vertical as far as space warfare is concerned. So the technologies are going in different directions. The crux point over here is that during, say, Cold War period or some period after the Cold War, the development of a technology, the funding was mainly happening into a governmental domain. But now that shift has happened. The shift has happened because there are market economics associated with, there is globalization associated with it. So today when I'm talking of artificial intelligence, as a military person, I may not have made that type of an investment, say in DRDO or a DARPA for that matter. The investments are coming from a private sector. And gone are the days where defense technologies were first developed. Like just to give an example, internet, computers, GPS, everything came as a defense technology and subsequently it found utility in the civilian domain. But now we are finding the technologies are getting developed more and more into the private domain, particularly quantum technologies, cyber technologies, other technologies which are associated with, say, manufacturing of your strategic minerals also, because that has become another area, the semiconductors. Recently, India has developed a chip called Vikram 3210 or something. So these are the changes which are happening, and more amount of a focus is on private industries where they are developing the technologies, and armed forces are just trying to pick up those technologies and try to see how best they can use into their structures.
Let me take a quick poll, show of hands. How many people in the hall feel that in the last 5 years, our economic and defense security has improved? And how many feel that it has reduced? Okay, so there is still a feeling that by and large people feel more secure about India's capabilities and potential to ward off any threat, either to its economy or its defenses. But Rajmohan, I want to come to you on this. Let's look at the neighborhood. You know, our neighborhood is on fire, and it's not that it's been very stable, but every few years something blows up, right? And what we've seen in Nepal yesterday is as worrying as what we saw in Bangladesh. In Sri Lanka, it was economic chaos. Here it is social chaos, violent chaos. Is there a pattern to this, or do you think it's the natural state or a cyclical state which is occurring? Is there a force behind all this, or something that we feel is, an eruption which will basically go away?
Look, I think we love conspiracy theories, so you would always want to see there is actually a pattern. Look, if you have bad rulers, at some point the logic of people rising against it. And if you have bad rulers for too long, I believe, revolutions can be planned and executed. But it can't happen like that. But I think really we've had, across the subcontinent, I mean, in Pakistan, you see Imran Khan is still in jail. You see what's happened in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. So I think there is actually, as one of the poorest countries of the world, forget the fourth largest. I mean, if you look at the per capita incomes, we are some of the poorest. But our governance structures have not really been improved. Take Nepal, for example. I mean, every time there was a new government with mass majority, you thought things would change. But no, it hasn't changed. So I think we're really in for trouble that if we don't address the concerns of the people, address them sincerely, then you're going to have trouble. This is not a rocket science.
But what does this mean for India? When you have constant problems in your neighborhood, and we have also challenges at the border of infiltration, both from north and east and west. So in some sense, there is a vulnerability that India has when you don't have stable governments across our borders. What does this instability in the region mean for India?
No, there was a time when, like the British Raj, we used to think we control this region. Problem is you don't. That in fact, what little influence you've had, we've lost it. Today, you're not the largest trading partner for your neighboring countries. China is, just as it is the biggest trading partner for you. And I think given the problems that we've had with most of them politically, your ability to influence, forget I'm not talking about controlling, is also become harder. So I don't think we should see ourselves as somehow we are responsible for the region. I think the challenge for us is, look, at least get our growth faster, give better market access to our neighbors, because today, when Trump complains about Indian tariffs, I mean, if you ask any one of our neighbors, They would say, of course. India is the most difficult partner when it comes to trade and to tariff and non-tariff barriers. That's a reality. So if you don't facilitate the integration of your neighbors into your own economy, and if you're locked in permanent political conflict, we're going to have more trouble. So either you say, look, I look after myself. Secondly, you add saying that, look, I can lift all boats in the subcontinent by a policy of facilitating their growth as well. And I think that is the way to go in the longer term.
Nikhil, I request you to come in on this. Do you think Indian industry does not see a neighborhood as a potential market? That economic integration, investment in your neighbors. I know there are many Indian companies and groups which have invested in Nepal and they have manufacturing plants in Sri Lanka and Nepal and some linkages with Bangladesh. Is that something what Rajmohan says that, we are becoming more self-centered and not looking at the region as a common market? Is that a challenge?
No, but I think that we have been increasingly looking at the region as a common market, but we need to focus even more on that. We need to break down whatever barriers do exist in terms of non-tariff barriers. But more than that is we need to, this is a point in time, India rises to the occasion when we have conflicts, be it 91 or 2007, etc. This is a time for us to disrupt the means by which the government engages with Indian industry, both from an expectation perspective as well as partnering better. This is a time where we need to trust each other more in terms of the longer term direction of where we want the country to go. Technology development, integrating with, we have many past presidents here who work so closely with government but actually find it difficult where foreign companies are given priority over domestic technology and domestic companies in terms of preference for certain orders. So I think we need a reorientation of, and focus on India. The geopolitics will always impact some degree of demand and uncertainty from an export perspective. Integration with your neighbors is important from a perspective of harmony and stability that we all require. But I think focusing on India, our policies, strengthening our institutions, not allowing them to be weakened by politics is extremely important for us. Further,
but does the instability in the neighborhood, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Nepal, and now Sri Lanka is sort of stabilized, does it worry Indian industry?
I would say that we've grown to live with it. It's not as if this instability has not existed for a while. Pakistan has been an issue since, I'm going to say, 47. And the others are more recent, but even Bangladesh was till 71. So you've had, we've grown up with instability around the region. I think a bigger source of concern is the fact that because of a lack of or harmonization of ideology. Ideology is no longer the differentiating points on geopolitics. It's more an economic question by which you're judging the relationship. The fact that our neighbors are no longer your largest trading partner is a source of concern. And that is how influence is wielded. So to come to Raja's point, you need to take it on the fact that you need to increase greater integration with your neighbors so that you can have more influence economically. And I think that the nature of the denomination of conversation has to be economic now.
Thanks. I'm coming to you, Vishal, on a very hot topic. The wonderful word which all of us swear by, the dollar, right? So everybody is talking about dollar or the lack of it, or, where is the dollar headed, especially in the context of BRICS, Vishal. And that's one of the questions that we received from the audience as well. Of course, it's clear that there is no BRICS currency which has come through, because I don't see India and China ever coming together for a common currency. But the fact is that there is a strong effort for trade in non-dollar currencies. And that seems to be, it may be a small percentage of overall global trade today, but it seems to be showing a secular upward trend. How do you see that in the context of BRICS, and also the concept of dollars diminishing as a reserve currency globally?
Yes, personally, I feel that is still a long time away. I mean, the US still has the economic might, it still has the military might, and it has a very strategic locational advantage where it is away from the rest of the world. The dollar dominance, in my view, will continue.
You want it to continue, or you think that it will continue?
No, I think it will continue. I mean, there is no credible option today. I mean, frankly, you've seen some tinkering, I would say, in terms of BRICS trying to...
But rupee dirham trade, rupee ruble trade was there, but rupee dirham trade, but you see dirham yuan trade. So these things are picking up pace. I mean, from your perspective, you may say that it's a drop in the ocean, but the drops trickle down and become a lake.
Yes, but I think it takes a very long time. Reasons for SWIFT, even the sheer power of US consumption cannot be sort of ignored. And you have in US a very clear political regime that the president usually is for 2 terms. Usually is the word I add right now. So, they can have a shift in strategy themselves 3 years down the line. So, very early, in my view, to call any sort of decline of the dollar. And second, I think one thing we shouldn't forget is the US in the last 5 decades has seen tremendous gains out of productivity, and they've been able to manage GDP growth very well. So, and currently they're investing over $1 trillion in AI and AI-related technologies, and we shouldn't underestimate the kind of gains they can have in terms of productivity through their businesses. And if that were to improve a lot, then a large part of the tariffs which actually hurt the US consumer and US companies would be negated by the impact of these positive productivity gains. So I think it's too early to call that. Yes, there is some disruption. And who knows, 5 years later, we could actually be saying that what Trump is doing today is good for the US.
Before I come to Rajmohan, the fact is that gold as a reserve has been increasing across central banks in the last few years. And the share of dollar as a reserve is falling and gold is increasing. Now, that's one trend that you cannot deny.
No, clearly. I mean, if you're going to have, the US Treasury, rates going up, it means that, you need some sort of safety, which is not just the US dollar. And therefore, gold is going up. It's also a reason people don't want to hold US dollar assets is because of the leverage on the US economy. But as I said, it'll play out after 4 to 5 years. If US maintains GDP growth, then these things could be looking very different 5 years from now. And also crypto, right? I mean, crypto is a $4.5 trillion market cap now. It's not a joke. And you have Bitcoin, which is $2.2 trillion off it, which is a very, very large sort of market cap creation, which is again a reserve sort of investment. I wouldn't say currency, but reserve investment against the dollar.
Rajmohan?
Just wanted to reinforce what Vishal was saying. Look, I think there is a lot of, dreaming about de-dollarization, both on the left and the right in India, because everybody hates the US, so therefore, let's bring down the dollar. But the government of India has made it very, very clear. We're not interested in de-dollarization. That's not shocking. You don't want to jump from a dollar world to a yuan world. That is going to be even more awful than what you imagine at this point of time. So for while you might trade in, local currencies, etc., but I think the dollar's position is not fundamentally challenged. But because of Trump's, incompetence or their stupidities, you might see people are moving away from treasuries and that kind of stuff. But I would see that as a temporary thing. The real threat to dollar, I think, comes from crypto, the blockchain technology, and that's also being built in the US. In fact, Trump has given this massive, if you see 2 months ago, US crypto policy. I think we've not had much of debate on it.
And don't forget the Trump coin.
No, yeah, that is okay. He was making money on it. I mean, he's always looking to make money, but the main thing is that blockchain technology for the first time gives you the option of circumventing central banks. Now, that is a longer term trend. Now, what Scott Bessent, the US Treasury Secretary, has done in the last few weeks is to create a structure called the stable coin that is dollar pegged, digital currency, not the CBDC, but actually you create this new, everyone can issue it. So some of you tech companies become finance companies, everybody can issue their own currencies, assuming you have enough dollar backing. So I think the idea is partly to reinforce the dollar, but also take you into a new universe of stable coins, which I think is where it's coming. And I think, unfortunately, we haven't had much of a debate.
But we have the CBDC, for example. We have the central bank.
No. In fact, Trump is saying CBDC is banned in the United States.
Yep.
So they're developing it as a counter to And I think Chinese are struggling whether they should do CBDC or they should do their own version of stablecoin. So we are in a new world, but there's not enough debate, I think, in the country.
So, you know, I'm going to ask a Air Force officer about stablecoin and cryptocurrency. That's the world we live in. Do you see this control of currency as an important point, element of national security and defense?
Definitely, but if you really look at it, the use of these types of currencies have been very varied. So you just can't jump to a conclusion. Like country like North Korea has been really milking money on crypto for quite some time. They are getting into the zone of cyber attacks, getting money out of the system like that. So there is no stability as far as these things are concerned. Today only we heard some Indian minister has declared his assets in crypto also. So people are now slowly started understanding that this money is there. But as far as defense is concerned, I don't think so that the time has come where people will start doing a business in these types of currencies. They will have a very stable business as far as defense domain is concerned. It's too early to say. As far as blockchain and other things are concerned, yes, people are working towards it. India, in fact, if I'm not wrong, India's defense ministry has come out with a report on blockchain technologies also. So people understand that these technologies are important, but these technologies are not only for the purposes of a crypto. So from defense point of view, I think it will be too early to jump to a conclusion that these alternative currency mechanisms will come into a fore.
But you know, finance can be a great element and a force for disruption. And we've seen so many countries have been fiscally destroyed by ensuring that, I mean, sanctions, of course, economic sanctions have been one of the best ways, but even currency. So do you see, Vishal, this becoming a very important challenge in the years to come?
This is for the US or globally?
Globally. I mean, see, what's happening globally is going to impact India at some point or the other.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think global finance follows global trade. To Nikhil's point, I don't think this is a long-term negative impact on global trade, what's going on with tariffs. I think markets are clearly saying it's more short-term and should be sorted out in a couple of quarters. But there is a feeling of, you know, where investment will move. And very clearly, the move in the US to bring investment back into the US is very, very strong, and we'll have to see how that pans out.
Great. So, Rajmohan, I want to come to you and then Nikhil about two fundamentals which are driving our growth now: oil and critical minerals. Because the next war of control is going to be on energy sources, but also on the hunt for critical minerals. And if you see the policies on Ukraine, I mean, Ukraine has been seen as a place where you can extract. Greenland is 50 years away from where once the ice, melts a little bit more, thanks to global warming, it's going to be ripe for extraction. How important are these as impulses for the changes in geopolitics and power flexing?
Okay, let me take a stab at it before we get the expert to comment. My views on critical minerals and oil are different. I think critical minerals is a technology question where the alternatives exist, but they don't exist in the short term. So you have short-term disruption and short-term politics that may get played over critical minerals. On oil, that's a longer discussion on energy transition. I think the science is quite clear, regardless of the fact that the US has pulled itself out of the Paris Accords again and has taken and has stopped the Green New Deal and IRA and various other fiscal policies that it had under the previous administration, doesn't take away from the global trend towards decarbonization. But it has a different play for India than it does for the rest of the world. If you look at it from an energy consumption perspective, 50% of end energy use is in heating and cooling, about 30% in electrification, and 20% in transportation. Now, each of those segments is having disruption. You have electrification requirement rising astronomically given AI requirement, etc. globally. You have transportation, which is also transforming itself into electrification. And you have heating and cooling, which remains constant. But from a country like India, incremental energy consumption nearly 60 to 70% of it is going to be in heating and cooling. We only have about 12% of our households which have adequate cooling. And so when you see our requirements for energy and the diversification of our energy portfolio, we have to look at our requirements and what our use will be. Is it prudent for us to move to a hydrogen economy? I don't think so. It's too expensive for us. We don't need it at this point in time. And the citizens are not going to be willing to pay for that transition. Do we need alternate fuels for, alternate sources for cooling technology? Yes. That may be a different route for us to invest in. So I think that technology plays a very strong role in both transitions, but it's part of a larger transformation that's happening, which leads to more disruption and uncertainty.
No, so I agree. I mean, the strategy for both are different, but I mentioned it together because it's now, the fundamental is the same, hunt for natural resources and control of natural resources. So in the earlier decades, it was about who controls the oil, controls the world. Today, it seems to be who controls critical minerals, controls the earth. Rajamon, do you have a point?
Yeah, I mean, I would say actually the US was the #1 producer of rare earths till the 1980s, 1990s. Because it was so polluting, they were quite happy to shift it to China. So it was a voluntary decision, economic efficiency. So today China has a monopoly, therefore its ability to use it. It's not that there is shortage of critical minerals or that there is actually enough exploration has been done. It is at this point, you have a monopoly situation and that is what is being weaponized, exploited. Now, India's case is quite curious. I mean, I don't know how many of you know in this audience, the Indian Rare Earths Limited was the first public sector organization in this country, 1949. Now, as the Cold War began, Americans noticed that there were monazite stands in Kerala. So they said, guys, this might be useful for atomic energy weapons development, so let's ask Indians. So Indians woke up and said, look, okay, we're going to set up our own. But I think we've done nothing with it. That you lock it up in a monopoly structure, the Department of Atomic Energy, that there is no incentive structure to have actually developed these rare earths. Because it remained underutilized, underdeveloped, and nobody wants to privatize anything in this country. So therefore, here you are. And 4 auctions, I don't think have produced anything, because the terms of auctions, I don't know how good they were. So it's not that there are no rare earths. I think the question is, it's only when you wake up to a new need that you begin to do things. And I think we moved too slowly. And I remember 2011, the Japanese came to India when they were targeted by China on rare earths. We can help you work because we're going to modernize your rare earths production. But Delhi was not interested because we knew everything, we have everything. So I think we've missed many opportunities. And
do you think we are now trying to make up for it because on rare earths, and great that you mentioned Indian Rare Earths Limited, because I think now they are certainly getting attention which they should have got many decades ago. Do you see a national push and a policy push to improve our self-reliance on critical earths?
I see a lot of talk. Sorry, I hear a lot of talk, but I don't see real action.
Okay. Good question, Lily.
Slightly a different issue over here. As far as this race for minerals is concerned, I think right now the focus is what is happening on surface of Earth. But there are 2 domains where the world is taking it very seriously. One is an underwater domain and other is a space domain. If you see the US programs like Artemis Accord, India doing a mission with Japan to get the stuff back. So it's a sample return mission. So basically what you're looking for critical minerals and other systems on the moon and Martian surfaces also. It will take decades, so it's not going to happen today. But the entire world's efforts in the space domain is now going to be a race for resources in the domain of a space. That could happen after 2 to 3 decades or so.
So you think that India and the defense industry has to now push for a bigger focus on these critical natural resources?
You see, right now what happens is that you got limitations as far as existence of minerals are concerned. China is greatly benefited because of their earth has got those minerals. But you got to look at alternative technologies also. You got to have a reusability of the minerals also. So there is a focus which is happening. People are trying to find alternative mechanisms also. There is a group which is looking basically using AI. Can we find certain amount of alternatives to existing critical minerals also? So there are a certain amount of efforts which have been done and defense industry is privy to that.
Nikhil, at a national level, Indian industry now is looking at global alliances, investments, and in some ways, India's external FDI is as strong as the internal FDI. Indian companies are going abroad, acquiring companies. We've seen investments in various assets. Which direction do you see that happening? Do you see that India will continue to focus on Western Europe and North America, or do you see that as in geopolitical strength comes from your geoeconomic strength, and which comes from your investments globally? Which direction do you see Indian industry going? Are there specific markets that you see Indian industry are going or should be looking at?
I think the Indian private sector is very dynamic and they pick opportunities based on demand. As Vishal had said earlier, you can't ignore the US economy. It's $27 trillion of consumption. And so, or maybe somewhere around there anyway of consumption. And so that's definitely a market that you cannot ignore. Europe equally is a very large market. The growth that you're going to see on an incremental basis is going to come from Asia. And that's quite clear, with India leading that pack. So further integration into ASEAN, I think, is important for us to be able to work in this non-partisan manner. I think Southeast Asia also wants to be reasonably non-partisan with regard to China. So I think you have a natural ally there. At the same point in time, you have to see where the complementarity of your relationships will stem from. So I believe that apart from the Middle East, which I think where we'll have a more strategic relationship, Indian industry will probably grow globally. And the aspiration is, as our demographic dividend plays out, as our growth rate multiplies, as we compound on the 6-7% growth annually, I don't think we're ever going to get to the 8% plus growth. I don't think the reforms or there's political will to reform to such a large extent. So I think that we will become more relevant, and we're increasingly becoming more relevant. We're already, I think, the 4th largest, and we'll become the 3rd largest by next year. So I think we're on a good path.
Vishal, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I broadly agree with Nikhil's thoughts. Also, I think the acquisitions are happening in specific sectors, not broad-based. Also, in many of the acquisitions from the past, if I take a decade, take India a decade or decade and a half back, again, the returns on capital on many of those acquisitions have not been healthy. Indian corporates are very dynamic, very careful that if they don't have high returns, they won't invest. At the same time, there is a need to make investment in certain sectors. I mean, that's clear.
That's a great point. I'll request you to pause here, but come on this issue from a different dimension. Sometimes the return on investment is not financial. The return on important driving force for geopolitical equations. How do you see this going forward?
No, at two levels, I think. At the grand strategic level, there was always this argument, the great man theory of history, or the deep structural historical factors that unfold. So, most historians would say, look, both are important, both the structural factors as well as, strong individuals who kind of steer history through different directions. And I think that debate is never going to be settled. And my sense is today, Trump will go down, good or bad, as a world historical figure who has single-handedly changed the US trade policy, has changed the Republican Party from a pro-immigration party into an anti-immigration party, changing the US approach to allies. So this is a deep structural change. One leader is producing it. It doesn't mean he has done it unilaterally, but there were forces operating within the US. He's become the vehicle for expressing what we thought were never going to happen in the US. So that's where it is. But at the more diplomatic, day-to-day level too, individuals matter, relationships matter, like in life. So between nations, I think if you have a reasonably good relationship, you can always get things done. I'll just give you one example.
But has the importance increased now?
I would say no. I wouldn't say it is. That's always there. For example, George Bush, W. Bush, who actually, most of this cabinet was opposed to the nuclear deal with India, but said, I don't give a damn. I want this done with India. Not that we took advantage of it. That's a different story. So for him, he took it upon himself, look, India is important, therefore I'm going to get this done. I'll change the American domestic law. I'll change the international rules to facilitate it. If it was another president, probably he wouldn't have done it. Similarly, now Trump has his own madness about trade, on a trade-first policy, which is actually the way they're treating Japan, the way they treat, not just India. We think somehow we are the only ones being victimized. How he's treating Europe, how he's treating Brits, how is he treating Japanese. So I think it makes a difference.
So a quick point on this, and I'm going to request Group Captain Lele to also answer. In today's world, it's very blurry. Who's a friend, who's an enemy? And in defense studies, and I'm sure, Rajmohan, in your studies, you've seen that, the Cold War era, very clear, okay, this is the dark side, this is the bright side. Either you're with us or you're against us. So do you see that thought still being strong? Because even if we look at from the India perspective, who we thought was a friend is now, acting weird, and those who thought were our enemies are actually becoming more friendly to us. In a situation like this, what is the definition of an ally and enemy? Rajmohan and then Group Captain Lele.
Look, Nehru thought China was our friend till 1962. So look, again, I think these are not new. I think if you look at last 100 years,
right?
When Soviet Union was formed 1917, everybody in the West tried to undermine it, through counter-revolution, etc. But after the rise of Germany, US and Soviet Union collaborated. They became enemies again in the Cold War. They became buddies for a short while in the 1970s. They became buddies again in 1990s after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Today they're enemies. Same with China. US did not recognize PRC till 1979 because China was seen as the main enemy in Asia. Then they become friends. For the last 40 years, the US capitalists have been making money hand over fist over China. And China has used it to build themselves up. Today they're enemies. So I think this notion that you need clarity of who is friends and interests. I think this way we are too emotional. I think what we got to say, look, there are interests. Countries' interests might change. So therefore, navigate this without getting into an emotional terrain. I would conclude the Korean War. Most people won't remember it, 1950 to 1953. Chinese fought Americans. Thousands of Chinese died. This was just a very poor China under PLA. Mao Zedong had just taken over. Mao Zedong's own son died in that war. He was an airman. And 15 years later, he was cutting a deal with the Americans against Russians.
Yeah.
So I think this is nothing personal, I think we make it look like Trump is a bad character, therefore we're not going to talk to him.
True, but I think the only difference is that what happened in a 50-year cycle is happening in a 5-month cycle. So I think that is what is catching a lot of people by surprise. But Group Captain Lele, a quick comment from you, then we have to close.
I think 2-3 quick points. One is that I entirely agree that there is nothing called permanent. It's interests of the state which matter. So at end of the day, whether the friendships, whether it is about personalities, what is more important as a nation state, what are your interests? Whether your interests permit you to take a particular step, then you don't care about it. Only other aspect which needs to be pointed out is that one has to understand that there is a difference between an ally and a proxy. That's where the problem is right now in the world, that there are major powers who do not want you to become an ally. You want you to become a proxy. And that is where the danger lies. And that is where the personalities matter. A personality which is a very strong personality will understand that what major powers are trying to do, what sort of a trap they are putting you into. And the personality will take a stand over there. Just a small point over here, as Professor Rajamohan had given the example of an Indo-US nuclear deal. From Indian side also, the Prime Minister who was supposed to be the so-called weakest Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh, took a very strong stand for that deal to go through. So that sort of a technological appetite which we have been facing for quite some time, so we have crossed over that. So personalities in a sense matter over there.
Thank you. So we have to close. This is a fascinating discussion, and we had brilliant perspective from leaders of finance, manufacturing, geopolitics, and defense. I think what we can conclude is to say that first, be rational, not emotional, as Rajmohan you said very well, and we have to trust, but also verify. But most importantly, we have to be ready for a quick pivot, which means that we also have to invest in ourselves and our own capacity and capability. And I think when there is war on peace, your own strength is what's going to help you rise to the occasion. Thank you very much for joining us, and please join me in thanking the panel.
Thanks to all our panelists for a fascinating exchange of ideas. May I request Mr. Nikhil Sawhney, immediate past president, and Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA, to kindly jointly present the mementos to the esteemed moderator and the speakers of this session. We thank Mr. Pranjal Sharma, our thanks to Dr. C. Rajamohan, we thank Group Captain Dr. Ajay Lele, and our thanks to Mr. Sawhney and Mr. Kampani for doing us the honors. With that, we conclude this session here. Moving on to our next session. We now move on to our next session, India First, Balancing Strategic Alignment and Autonomy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also the final plenary of this year's convention. As I shared, India's first, Balancing Strategic Alignment and Autonomy. So, before we take a look at the poll question for this session, let's take a look at the responses. Okay. So the previous questions' responses are there on your screens now. Should India aim for quick fix selective trade deals instead of trying for comprehensive FTAs? Very straightforward response. Almost 80% people think no. So let's take a look at the poll question for this session. Does India's pivot to China for trade risk its strategic ties with the US? Please tell us whether you think it's a yes or a no or a can't say response. Either do share your response with us as part of this discussion. Once again, a gentle reminder, question slips are available on all of your tables. Do ask through the question slip and hand it over. Share it with the AIMA's hall. Please wait. India First, Balancing Strategic Alignment and Autonomy. Please remain seated. This is not a break. Members of the audience who are standing at the back will request you to please kindly take your seats. If I could request you all, members of the audience who are standing at the back, please kindly take your seats. Please settle down. This is not a break. It gives me great pleasure to invite on stage. Please join me in welcoming them, Mr. Vardhan Shringla, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and former Foreign Secretary of India, accompanied by Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise Limited. We warmly welcome Mr. TV Narendran, Senior Vice President-AIMA and CEO and Managing Director, Tata Steel Limited, and Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial Limited. We warmly welcome Ms. Rekha Sethi, Director General, All India Management Association. A warm welcome to the honored dignitaries. May I first invite Ms. Rekha Sethi to deliver her introductory remarks.
Good afternoon. Mr. Vardhan Shringla, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and former Foreign Secretary of India, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA, Mr. TV Narendran, Senior Vice President-AIMA, Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of AIMA's 52nd National Management Convention. It's been a remarkable journey over the past 2 days, rich with ideas, insights, and some very candid conversations. We've had the privilege of engaging with ministers, business leaders, scientists, artists, and policy thinkers. I hope you're walking away with a deeper understanding of the challenges ahead and a few new ideas on how to respond to them. This closing session is a particularly important one. We are joined by someone who's been at the very heart of India's foreign policy and strategic diplomacy, Mr. Vardhan Shringla. Please join me in welcoming him with warm applause. He served as India's Foreign Secretary, our Ambassador to the United States, and more recently as Chief Coordinator of the G20 Summit in Delhi. And now, as a Member of Parliament, he continues to shape India's global engagement. Mr. Shringla, thank you so much for being here. It's a privilege to have you with us. You've had a ringside view of the US-India relationship, especially during the first term of President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. You've seen the highs and now perhaps the headwinds. We are keen to hear your perspective on why this critical relationship is under strain, and more importantly, how India can navigate the economic, diplomatic, and security implications of this moment. The past month has been turbulent. The sudden imposition of tariffs and the absence of a trade deal with the US has shifted the contours of India's growth strategy. But India is resilient. We have the domestic market, the diplomatic agility, and the strategic depth to recalibrate. Still, the best outcome for both India and the US is to restore and strengthen this partnership. It's not just about trade, it's about global balance, innovation, and shared prosperity. India must continue to walk the tightrope, balancing strategic alignment with strategic autonomy. Our multi-alignment policy isn't just a choice, it's a necessity. We have seen the government take bold steps to rejuvenate BRICS, and that's a smart move. With its collective strength in resources, industry, markets, BRICS offers India leverage. But the real challenge is managing interdependence, keeping our options open while protecting our interests. Mr. Shringla, we are looking forward to your analysis of India's strategic choices and your reading of how the US-India relationship might evolve. This promises to be a fascinating conversation. Today, we'll also be celebrating excellence, presenting the Best LMA Awards and the AIMA R.K. Swamy High Performance Brand Award. We are grateful to Mr. Shringla for agreeing to present these honors. With these words, it's now my pleasure to invite the AIMA President, Ms. Suneeta Reddy, to deliver her welcome address. Thank you.
Namaste and good afternoon. Mr. Harshvardhan Singh Shringla, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and former Foreign Secretary of India. Mr. T.V. Narendran, Senior Vice President, AIMA, CEO and Managing Director, Tata Steel Limited. Vishal Kampani, Vice President, AIMA, Rekha Sethi, Director General, AIMA. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a pleasure to have you in the concluding session of this convention. We have had a day and a half of substantive and very exciting discussions about the urgent issues facing the world today. And you have the right guest in this session to finish the convention. Who better to conclude this convention than Mr. Shringla with his high-profile and high-impact diplomacy during the past decade, and who has recently been a member of Rajya Sabha. Mr. Shringla, it is indeed a privilege to have you with us. Many thanks for agreeing to address the final session of the 52nd National Management Convention. You have been an outstanding diplomat, and it is good to have you in Parliament now. The Parliament will benefit immensely from your extensive diplomatic expertise and experience in discussing and deliberating India's evolving foreign policy. Everybody remembers you for your organization of the Howdy Modi rally in Texas in 2019, which set a new bar for Indian diplomats abroad. You did an outstanding job of fusing the interests of Prime Minister Modi and President Trump in his first term. We could use your expertise in negotiating the tariff bump in the US-India relations. As India's Foreign Secretary, you handled the India-China border crisis, the fallout of US withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the COVID diplomacy exceedingly well. We are confident that you will help India's Parliament have informed and nuanced debates on India's foreign policy. Thank you for joining us, and a very warm welcome to you. Naren, Vishal, Rekha, it is always great to have you on board. As I reach my final event as President of AIMA, I would specifically like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I end not just with gratitude, but with anticipation of an even brighter future for AIMA and for all of us here. I would, on a very personal level, like to thank Rekha and Team AIMA for the support and steady hand that they have extended to me this year as President. And of course, they dealt with many issues like war, cancellations, climate change, and of course, mood changes. What struck me most was when I was with them in St. Gallen, and the incident happened in Gulmarg, and India struck Pakistan, and the world turned hostile. It truly did. You know, when you're sitting there in Europe, you realize how the rest of the world thinks of India. It is at times like these that we come together. In fact, that year I had hoped that the theme for AIMA would be happiness and good health. But instead, it switched to war and peace, and it switched to innovation and the opportunities that lie ahead. I think we have lived up to this expectation. As you have seen from this conference, we've had many dialogues on Indian diplomacy, on innovation, thought leadership. And with all of these dialogues, I have a deeper understanding of what AIMA is. For many of us who have not really experienced AIMA, they think of AIMA as a management institute, where you meet with managers and managers who mostly manage numbers. So as Descartes would have said, in management 2 + 2 is always 4. But in AIMA, I've felt a multiplier effect. I've seen AIMA as a prism that brings together many, many different perspectives, from learning, innovation, and learning through programs abroad, to Europe, Japan, and of course, the usual visits to Silicon Valley. There is so much knowledge that comes through this body called AIMA, and I think I have developed a deep respect for the work that you all do together. So thank you for your support. I would also like to thank the past presidents. They have really built a foundational institute that will, in my belief, live on for and shine brighter in the future. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, members of AIMA. Thank you, the past presidents. I thank you for this wonderful year and for this ending today, where we focus again on India's future, because in this future, I see opportunity. After all, India is unlimited. It has the power of 1.4 billion people and 1.4 billion intelligent people. So thank you with gratitude, Anna.
Thank you, ma'am, for your address. We now move on to the presentation of AIMA Awards. Our first award today is the AIMA R.K. Swamy High Performance Brand Award. Now, I invite Mr. Srinivasan K. Swamy, past President AIMA and Executive Group Chairman of R.K. Swamy Limited, to read the citation and introduce the winner of this award.
Dignitaries on the dais, and friends. 15 years ago, we instituted this AIMA R.K. Swamy High Performance Brand Award. And it's been given to very, very distinguished companies these 15 years. This brand award actually is given to an Indian company who made a big difference in the marketplace, which is India. The brand is created here, nurtured here, grown here for the world. And this award for the year 2025 goes to TVS Motor. They have actually had an enormous growth trajectory the last couple of years. From 24,400 crores 2 years ago, they moved to 44,200 crores in just 2 years. 81% growth in their revenue. Net income, that's profit, went up from 757 crores to 2,236 crores in just 2 years. Almost 3 times the profit. Market share from 14% to 18%. 20% of sales come from export. All this translating to a very, very healthy stock price. So congratulations, team TVS Motor. I request Mr. Radhakrishnan to come forward to receive the award. Maybe he can be accompanied by his colleagues if they want.
Congratulations, Mr. Radhakrishnan. Congratulations to TVS Motor Company. There it is, on stage now, Team TVS. Heartiest congratulations to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a very special felicitation ceremony where we will acknowledge the tremendous work being done by our local management associations. AIMA introduced the Best LMA Award in 1988-89 to recognize the contributions and efforts of its local management associations towards creating institutional excellence. AIMA has 68 affiliated local management associations spread across the country. These LMAs are the frontline soldiers of the national management movement, and it has been AIMA's endeavor to encourage healthy competition between the LMAs to further promote quality and excellence. The award jury this year was chaired by Mr. Srinivasan Dempo, past President AIMA and Chairman Dempo Group of Companies, and jury members consisting of Mr. P. Dwarkanath, Treasurer AIMA, former Chairman GSK Consumer Healthcare Limited, Mr. Vineet Agrawal, Managing Director Transport Corporation of India Limited, Mr. Vijay Thadani, Vice Chairman and Managing Director NIIT Limited, Mr. Krishan Kalra, past President AIMA, Dr. Bhim Raya Maitri, Director IIM Nagpur, and Ms. Vinita Bajoria, Chairperson, Nico Cables Private Limited. Deloitte was the knowledge partner and evaluated all the applications. Thank you, Deloitte, for some excellent work. There are different categories of LMAs, and we celebrate outstanding achievements in these categories. This year, 36 LMAs participated in the award process, and we will be felicitating the winning LMAs under each category in this session. May I now request Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and former Foreign Secretary of India, and the other distinguished dignitaries on the dais to please kindly present the awards to the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we start with the Most Improved LMA Award for the year 2024-2025, and the winner is Kerala Management Association. May I invite Mr. K. Harikumar, President, Mr. Bipu Punnaran, Immediate Past President, and Mr. Dilip Narayanan, Vice President, Kerala Management Association. They are now joining us on the dais to receive the award. Heartiest congratulations to Kerala Management Association. Under the category 4 of the Best LMA Awards, we have 2 awards, the runners-up and the winner. The runners-up in the category 4 for the year 2024-2025 is Coimbatore Management Association. May I invite Mr. Puneet Krishnan, Secretary, Coimbatore Management Association, to please come on the stage and receive the award. Our heartiest congratulations to Coimbatore Management Association and the entire team. And now it's time to honor the winner under category 4. The winner in the category 4 for the year 2024-25 is Trivandrum Management Association. May I invite Mr. Unnikrishnan Gopinath, Honorary Secretary, Trivandrum Management Association, to come forward and receive the award. Heartiest congratulations to Trivandrum Management Association, the entire team. The next is Category 3 of the Best LMA Awards, and again we have 2 trophies under this category, the runners-up and the winner. The runners-up in the Category 3 for the year 2024-2025 is Thrissur Management Association. May I invite on stage Mr. Padma Kumar C, President, and CA T.R. Anantharaman, Mr. Ajit Kaimal, Secretary. Heartiest congratulations to Thrissur Management Association on winning the award. Now it's time to honor the winner under Category 3. The winner in the Category 3 for the year 2024-2025 is Jamshedpur Management Association. We have with us Mr. Chaitanya Bhanu, President, and Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharjee, Secretary, Jamshedpur Management Association. They are now joining us on stage to receive the award. Please extend a round of applause and heartiest congratulations to the Jamshedpur Management Association on winning the award. Moving on to the next award, we have now the Category 2 of the Best LMA Awards. The winner in Category 2 for the year 2024-2025 is Indore Management Association. May I invite CA Naveen Khandelwal, President, and Mr. Ashwin Palshikar, Vice President, Indore Management Association, to come forward and receive the award. Our heartiest congratulations to Indore Management Association. The entire team have joined us. This year, the Madras Management Association, by contributing immensely in their area towards enhancing the competence of professional management and by doing some excellent work, has won Best LMA Award in Category 1 for the year 2024-2025. May I invite Mr. Lakshmi Narayanan D, President, and Mr. Mahalingam, Immediate Past President, and Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, Executive Director, Madras Management Association, to please join us on stage to receive the award. Congratulations to Madras Management Association on winning the award. Our heartiest congratulations to all the winning teams. That brings us to the end of the award presentation ceremony. We thank the honorable dignitaries on the dais for doing us the honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to request Mr. Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA, to kindly introduce our keynote speaker.
Shri Harshvardhan Shringla, Member of the Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and former Secretary of India. Suneeta, TV Narendran, Rekha, my colleagues from AIMA. It is a privilege to formally introduce the keynote speaker of the session. An accomplished diplomat, he now serves in the Parliament as a nominated member of Rajya Sabha. He is helping India's law and policymakers appreciate the nuances of geopolitics and diplomacy at a time when India has to negotiate a challenging external environment. He brings his 35 years of experience in Indian Foreign Service to foreign policy discussions in the Parliament. His long and intense exposure to diplomacy in South Asia is of particular value to the Parliament in considering and calibrating India's policy towards its neighbors. During his long and distinguished career as a diplomat, he has been India's ambassador to Thailand and High Commissioner to Bangladesh. He has also served in Indian and UN missions in many countries, including France, Vietnam, Israel, and South Africa. He is best known for his high-profile ambassadorship in the US, where he helped Prime Minister Modi and President Trump to bond at political and personal levels. In his next assignment as India's Foreign Secretary, he handled many a crisis, including border tensions with China, COVID diplomacy, US withdrawal from Afghanistan, and the military coup in Myanmar. After his retirement, he was appointed the chief coordinator during India's G20 presidency in 2023, and as usual, did an outstanding job for the government. Now, India needs his diplomatic network and wisdom to deal with the unexpected shifts in the geopolitical landscape. We are privileged to have Mr. Shringla at the National Management Convention, and we are very eager to hear his views on sustaining India's policy of strategic multi-alignment amid a pressure to pick some friends and sacrifice others. Mr. Shringla, it's my pleasure to invite you to bring your keynote and keep India on the fine balancing act. Thank you.
Dr. Suneeta Reddy ji, Mr. Narendran, Shri Vishal Kampani ji, Dr. Rekha Sethi, Shri Sanjay Kirloskar, Senior Management of AIMA, distinguished guests, dear friends, Namaskar and good morning. Let me begin by felicitating the All India Manufacturers Association for the organization of the 52nd National Management Convention. I want to in particular congratulate Dr. Suneeta Reddy for a very successful presidency, and also Mr. Narendran to welcome him as he comes in as the incumbent president. AIMA has long been an apex management body of India's, bridging policy, enterprise, and thought leadership. I had the privilege to address AIMA a few years ago in a different capacity, and it's great to be back here today. So the topic that has been allocated for this particular session is India First, Balancing Strategic Alignment and Strategic Autonomy. It's a very topical and relevant issue for discussion. We are familiar with strategic autonomy, but the word strategic alignment needs a little bit of examination, and I'll come down to it as I move along in my remarks. I think let me try and put things in a certain context, provide the broad parameters of this topic, and I will look forward to some discussion on specific issues when we have an interactive session. When you talk about, of course, the global situation today, I think we'll all agree that it's in a great amount of flux. As someone said, the only certainty is uncertainty. And if you look at the developments just one day ago, yesterday, it has been quite far-reaching in terms of what has happened. When you have a government in our immediate neighborhood that has been toppled by what seems to be violent protests at the level of the Gen Z, you have all red lines broken when Israel attacked a Gulf state, Qatar, to eliminate the Hamas leadership. we are inured to a certain level of violence today in terms of the attacks inside Ukraine or inside Russia, as we see it inflicting enormous casualties even on civilians, or in the Middle East, where the conflict in different parts of the Middle East, I think, is taking its toll on civilian life. And so it is obviously a situation that is very uncertain. It began with the Black Swan event of the COVID-19 pandemic, and then went on into major conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, as we know today. And of course, given that situation, it had its impact on the geoeconomics, on the stability of states across the world. You had a very large number of countries, especially countries from the global south, who have either become indebted or are close to indebtedness. You have a distinct slowing down of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, which are basically indices of humanity's growth, progress, and development. All of this is exacerbated by climate change and the events linked to climate change, including in our own part of the country, that is Delhi. We see the Yamuna overflow. You've seen the situation in Punjab and Himachal Pradesh. And so all of this, combined with the fact that the global governing institutions that we know, the United Nations, the Bretton Woods institutions, the WTO, are today not fulfilling the role that they were set out to do. The UN has had very little impact in resolving some of the major conflicts of the day. The Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank and the IMF, have not been able to address the issue of indebtedness of states from the developing world. The WTO has become almost irrelevant today, with much of the decision-making on the issue of trade and tariffs going on to the bilateral realm, often in contradiction of the principles laid down by the international community through the WTO itself. So in this uncertainty and this situation of global flux, countries, especially the larger countries, are taking steps and measures to secure their interests. It's becoming a more, I would say, an individualistic order as opposed to a global and collective world order, where countries are looking out for their interests first, and as a result, you see a greater level of both strategic competition and, in many senses, a sort of collateral impact that it has on countries across the world, including in our immediate neighborhood, through volatility of energy prices, or the lack of essential materials like fertilizer and other critical minerals. So if you see that context, of course, I think what are the steps that countries are taking? I think it's important when we look at understanding India first and understanding what is the choice between strategic alignment and strategic autonomy. Let us look at what this is really about. I mean, the first issue really is the use of sanctions. The best illustration of sanctions are the G7 sanctions on Russia, and specifically Russian oil. The G7 hasn't prevented states from buying Russian oil. They've just set a cap on Russian oil so that Russia does not profit from a spike in oil prices. They've also made it difficult for Russia to supply that oil, to transport that oil, by sanctioning shipping and other industries linked to the supply of oil. You have the issue of tariffs, which we are all familiar with. We today are facing perhaps some of the highest tariffs that the US levies on any other country at 50%. You have export controls. For example, the US has proscribed the exports of high-end semiconductors or advanced microprocessors to China. And China, in turn, has resorted to supply chain manipulations in restricting the supply of magnetos or critical minerals which are used in the automobile and other industries. And what is, I think, very difficult for us is that we have also been part of that pulls and pressures, and I'll come down to that later as we go on to it. We are very much part of those, let's say, the strategic rivalry and the strategic competition that we see among great powers is something that we are also facing. Now, when you deal with what could be collectively known as the weaponization of trade, then you have to have your own responses to this. And I think the best response for us is to develop our own capacities, to work on our Atmanirbhar Abhiyan, to ensure that industry in India has more secure supply chains, that we have the ability to produce what is critical to our needs in our own country. And I think we have seen efforts in that direction through policy decisions such as the PLI, which has resulted in our becoming an electronic hub. Today, we are the third largest exporter of cell phones in the world. We also have schemes that will ensure that we develop a semiconductor industry in India. We have a rare earths mission to develop our rare earths capacities. We are working on ensuring that renewable comprises 50% of our total installed energy capacity by the year 2030. So all of this is moving towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, and particularly the defense industry is one area, I think, where there is a lot of emphasis, where we want to ensure that there is self-sufficiency, and our industry and the private sector is one that is in the forefront in ensuring that our capacities are met through domestic technology and production. And of course, part of this is, as I said, I mean, your own economic fundamentals. And today, I think we are all very happy to note that our economic fundamentals are very strong. I mean, after all, we have had one of the highest rates of growth. We're the fastest growing large economy in the world. The first quarter growth in 2025-26 has been 7.8%. The quarter before that, we achieved 7.4%. We have achieved the lowest rate of inflation of 1.55% as of now. And this, I think, is the lowest in the last 8 years. We've never had this lower rate of inflation. We today have the largest foreign exchange reserves that we've ever had of approximately $700 billion. And for the first time in 18 years, S&P Global has upgraded our rating to a BBB status. And they have ascribed the reasons for that. And I think that's important for us to note, that it is because of strong, and I'm quoting them, strong economic fundamentals, sustained fiscal consolidation, infrastructure investment, and credible inflation management. I think all of this is, I would say, very evident in the figures that I just mentioned. And I think what is also a very important reform and a very timely reform is in the GST domain, where the relief that we have provided, or the government has provided, I think is important not only for consumers, but also for enhancing production in our country and providing relief to those industries that have been affected by the steep tariffs that we're experiencing as of now in terms of our exports to the United States. So I think our economic fundamentals there are very strong. And what we probably need is to continue to grow at a rate that will enable us to realize our vision of a Viksit Bharat by 2047. In today's context, when you look at the positioning geopolitically and India's own position, we have been privileged to be regular invitees to the G7. We are members of the Quad. We are also members of BRICS and the SCO. So we straddle that ideological space between North and South and East and West. But given that factor, I think it also brings in contradictions that today are those which I think we can discern. I mean, as you look at a more, in some senses, assertive US presidency under Trump 2.0, and this is something I predicted when Trump took office in January this year, that he will look for India to have a closer strategic alignment with the United States. So, therefore, the issue of our membership of BRICS, our support for a BRICS currency, our purchase of Russian oil comes up to the fore. Having said that, I think we are a large country. We are a proud nation, and we have to continue to implement policies that are in line with our own national interests. Purchase of Russian oil was necessitated by the fact that had we not done that, we would have seen huge spikes in energy pricing, which would have led to inflation in our country and led to enormous hardships, not only at the level of industry, but also the common man on the streets. And I think the fact that India has avoided the ups and downs, the vagaries of the international, I would say, or the impact of international geopolitics and geoeconomics, is a tribute to very sound policy guidance and the balancing act that we have followed. We have been, in many senses, a close strategic partner of the United States, but at the same time, we have had an independent position on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We have availed of strategic discounts on Russian oil. We have not contravened any unilateral sanctions. I mean, the distinction between unilateral sanctions and multilateral sanctions are those that unilateral sanctions are imposed by countries, whereas multilateral sanctions are those ordained by the United Nations and become legal sanctions. Unilateral sanctions are those when a group of countries or a single country says this is what you have to do. And because that country is powerful, you have a coercive policy that enables others or induces others to follow it. So in this case, we have not contravened unilateral sanctions. We are below the price cap that has been fixed by the G7. We have not used shipping that is sanctioned. In taking Russian oil, we have not only kept our economy stable, but we have contributed to a global stability in oil prices, because had we not purchased Russian oil as the second largest consumer and importer of energy in the world, then the volatility in oil prices would have been very, very evident. And the sort of impact that it would have on a global scale would be much, much greater. So in fact, it is the United States that asked us or rather had an understanding that you can purchase Russian oil, and for the very reasons that I outlined. But today the reality has changed. I think we are being pressurized on BRICS. We are being pressurized on Russian oil. On the other hand, the Chinese that are restricting the export of certain essential inputs into industry to the United States have also restricted those products for us. So whether it is magnetos or critical minerals or tunnel borer machines, I think now the situation has changed after the visit of the Prime Minister to China. But the fact of the matter is that we were also, I think, part of the same restrictions, because possibly China felt that as part of the supply chain to the United States, some of this would have been passed on, and they wanted to plug those gaps. I'm just saying, because we don't know. But the fact is that on the one hand, you have pressure from the United States. On the other hand, you have pressure from China. What is strategic autonomy and what is strategic alignment in this context is very important to look at. I think I will conclude, but without a mention of the India-US relations today, I think this might not be fully complete. The fact is that this relationship is a recent one. It has been built over the last 25 years, and every successive Prime Minister of India, from Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji to Prime Minister Modi, and every successive president from Bill Clinton onwards, have contributed incrementally to that building of that relationship. So we have come because the relationship has been built systematically, because both countries found a common interest in having a partnership that is what is called a strategic global comprehensive partnership, which we don't have with any other country. Today, the United States is India's largest trading partner. This is one of the few countries with whom we have a trade surplus. That trade surplus is of about $45 billion, but it's also a source of technology, defense equipment. For the United States, India is a large and growing market. We are also a very important pool of talent for the US. Of course, all of this is changing in the fast, I would say, developing scenario back in the US from one day to the other. You don't know what the policy would be. But the fundamentals are strong, and it has been underpinned by a strong people-to-people connect, and the 4.5 million Indian American community that has been one of the most successful immigrant communities in the United States. Obviously, the pulls and pressures of a more assertive US presidency are there. There is clearly a shift in policy in the way the US perceives many of its traditional interests. Much of the MAGA thinking is to withdraw from a global commitment. Why do we need to support the world? Why do we need to pay for bases across the globe? Why do we need to keep global peace? We need to take care of our interests. We need to take care of our immediate neighborhood. And the rest of the world should be looked after by other countries on the basis of possible spheres of influence. As we move towards a Viksit Bharat, as we develop our capacities, we become less and less vulnerable to the pulls and pressures that we find ourselves in today, the sort of leverages that countries can exercise against us. It is possible that we may have those leverages as we develop further. So it's very critical that in the next decade or two, we continue to maintain an 8+% growth. We continue to develop our industrial capacity. Today, CapEx is mainly public CapEx. I think there has to be more private CapEx. There has to be more efforts from the private sector to invest in the development of and development of the country and the growth that we need to see that will take us to that level that we are no longer vulnerable, but at the same time we become truly one of the poles in a multipolar world. Whether you talk about the United States, Russia, and China, I think India should be one of those poles. And when we talk about that situation as we come to that, we have to remember that we have always been a responsible player in the global scenario. You saw in the G20 that it is our philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam that dominated the narrative. The world is one family based on which we reasoned that conflicts like those in Ukraine are no longer justifiable today. It is not an era of war. It is diplomacy and dialogue that should lead to peace, and that we've always advocated that we work with other countries in a collaborative and cooperative manner, what the Prime Minister refers to as human-centric globalization, helping other countries. I mean, how many countries came up during the COVID crisis and helped others? I mean, there are several countries that developed their own indigenous vaccines. India was one of them. But we were one of the few countries that actually supplied vaccines to countries across the world, especially the developing world, and helped them overcome this crisis. We supplied medicines, and today, our own success in our country, whether it's digital public infrastructure, it's renewable energy, it is direct benefits transfers, financial inclusion, these are examples and these are best practices that we can take across the world. India can provide the solutions to the challenges that the world faces today. And I think as we continue on this policy, we continue to grow and we continue to develop, there will come a day in which we will be part of that landscape that determines how the world should work together and collaborate and cooperate. We will be a responsible player in the world stage. And I think it's very important that we work towards that objective in a manner that is in our best interests and the best interests of the world. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that thought-provoking address. Our esteemed chief guest had expressed a desire to interact with the audience. So if you have any queries or any question slips.
So the slips will, yeah. So I'll, thank you, Mr. Shringla, for a wonderful articulation of the situation today. And while we wait for the questions to come, I have a couple of questions for you. You know, we have here the All India Management Association, the local management associations, a lot of basically people who run industry, manage industry, etc. So in this world of very dynamic geopolitical environment, you know, one of the challenges management has is how do we deal with policy? Because industry always likes stability in policy. And pretty much big or small, most people have a global supply chain either at the front end or at the back end. So what is your advice to managers or leaders or corporates on how do they deal with this dynamic environment?
So, yeah, Mr. Narendran, thank you for that question. I think it's very relevant. If you look at the fact that government has always strived to provide a consistent and predictable environment. I mentioned the fact that there was a lot of attempt to ensure that the ups and downs that we saw globally in terms of inflation, prices, especially energy prices, were controlled through policy measures is an example of where we are. But yes, I mean, policy is important and we have to ensure that there is a certain, consistency in policy. There's a certain level of continuity, but we also live in a volatile global order. And it's not always possible to have a policy that is absolutely clear. I think today we are reaching a level of strategic autonomy, which also has, an important aspect of strategic alignment, which in other words, we have to take decisions based on our national interests. I don't think we should be rigid in what we do. I'm talking about, of course, our external policy, but that also impinges on our domestic policy when it comes to, our domestic considerations. And we have to, I think, be cognizant. I mean, you're talking about industry has to be cognizant of the state of play in global geopolitics. I think it's important to keep an eye out there. You make decisions in terms of trade, investments, technology transfers. You are very much a part of the global integration that India is so much a part of today. And it's very important that you keep a very, very close eye on developments that can impinge on your immediate or future interests. And I think, AIMA is one very, very important platform, a forum where you have so many, thought processes that run through this. And I think, as I said, it's an intersection between policy, enterprise, and thought leadership. And I think this is the sort of place that you need to, participate in, but also keep your own ear open and you also focus on what is happening so that your interests are kept best in mind.
I think what we're seeing is creating more awareness about the dynamics of global trade, global policy is an important input that AIMA can also provide. My second question is more specific to the US, and you have spent time in the US, and as you mentioned, over the last 25 years, this relationship has been built, not without setbacks, but eventually there's been progress. So apparently Lee Kuan Yew once made a comment when Singapore was having a problem with the US, that the US is not an enemy, but a friend who makes some wrong decisions. So how do you reflect on this relationship, and are you positive about the way forward, or do you think it will end up being very transactional?
Well, you mentioned, policy consistency in your first question. And I think, as another vibrant democracy, the US is subject to its own, let's say, changes in its policy perspective. You have one administration that takes a certain line. You focus on climate change mitigation and adaptation. You have another administration that feels that climate change is something that is not important. What is important is your own industry and the development of your energy industry. And so you have a complete, I would say, turnaround in terms of policy. And it's important to keep in mind that the United States will have its changes in policy, will have surprises in store, will certainly involve itself in situations that can have a collateral impact on you, on us. And I think we have to be cognizant of that. And I think the best way, my experience was that as ambassador to the United States, you were consulted not just on bilateral relations, which was the case when I was in Thailand or Bangladesh. In the United States, you were consulted on regional and global issues. You were always talking to them on regional and global issues. And it's very important that we have a consistent dialogue with the United States at every level on issues that are important to us on a regional and global level. It may be Nepal, it may be the Middle East, it may be the Ukraine-Russia conflict, but you need to engage them, you need to give your point of view, you need to also give your suggestions. And one good thing about the United States is they're willing to listen to you. And if you have a cogent argument, something that appeals to them, they're willing to factor that in. So I think a regular exchange, a regular dialogue is very, very critical. I haven't been in government. I don't know whether that is happening, but I can say that it was a very important part of that process and should continue to be an important part of our engagement with the United States.
So there's a very specific question, any chance of more sanctions from USA? So I don't know if you want to comment or...
Nothing can be ruled out, but having said that, I think we see a window of opportunity. There has been some very positive dynamics. We've all seen those exchange of messages. I don't think these are coincidental. And I think, we should take advantage of that window of opportunity and conclude any outstanding issues as early as possible. That's my personal view. It may be easier said than done, but that's a view that I have based on my own experience. You need to go there and clinch what you have to do when the situation is right, because the situation could change, and we shouldn't wait for that.
So another related question is, for the last couple of years, a lot in industry have been excited about the opportunity of China +1. So is that an opportunity behind us, or are you still hopeful about that?
Well, I think that's always been part of the policy. I mean, if as we go along, irrespective of what you see in terms of policy at the level of the administration, the strategic rivalry between the United States and China is going to be a fact of geopolitics. And, companies are also sensitive to that factor. You don't want to be collateral in a strategic rivalry that can involve, in some senses, technology denial, or a manipulation of supply chains, as I spoke about. You want to ensure that you have, spread your basket. You don't concentrate all your resources in one place. And companies will want to take away some of that into other places. And we must be prepared at a policy level, infrastructure level, industry level, to take the fullest advantage of that. I mean, let's face it. If you want to become a developed country within the next 20 years, there are only two ways you can do it. One is trade, because any country that has attained an 8% rate of growth over decades, like China, for example, or Singapore, has relied on trade. Without trade, you cannot make that 8% growth, and you cannot reach your aim of Viksit Bharat. And the other is to draw in investments. Investment, as we all know, is the best form of bringing in foreign exchange, bringing in resources into our country, and providing a very vital input into our industrial development and growth. And I think we need to be cognizant of these factors and work to secure those factors.
I think, a lot of times the narrative is dominated by the trade, balance. And as you mentioned, we have a $40 billion surplus. I think maybe out there we need to talk a little bit more on services, flow of people. I heard the other day that Indians spend $15 billion in education in the US, Indian kids going there, flow of capital, flow of technology, like you said. So maybe there is a need for a greater narrative on all these dimensions, because oftentimes everyone knows the trade balance and surplus or deficit for goods, but that's only one part of the relationship, right?
Yeah, the services sector is very important because it's almost as important as trade in goods. And it also accounts for a good percentage of the jobs that we're creating in our country, because the services sector is in some senses more important than the manufacturing sector. So we need to focus on that, and we need to ensure that what we are doing in terms of what we are bringing on the table, in terms of not only, we are also investing in the United States, but we are also bringing in human talent, which is critical to the growth and development of the US's cutting edge industries. Without our human talent, I think the United States industry would be economically unviable. So I think that's important that we bring this into the dialogue. But things, as I said, are changing fast in America, and the thinking is also, a little different from what you would have. And we have to, I think, examine that changing scenario carefully before you bring out a narrative. It should not be counterproductive to your interests. Today, there's a lot of attention on, even on the large number of Indian students that are there. So there is a certain scrutiny of F1 visas. There's a sort of scrutiny on the H1B visas. There's a scrutiny on green cards. And I think all of this is something that we need to address, but we have to address it comprehensively and in a manner that is sensitive, that does not impinge on our, on our vital interests.
I have a lot of slips here, but I was told only one more question, giving respect to your time. So this is more on China. We've talked a lot about the US. So the question is, a senior management team of BYD, the Chinese EV maker, is visiting India soon, as reported by Bloomberg. What's your opinion about this development? I guess the larger question is, how do you see the India-China relationship evolving?
So I think, the visit of the Prime Minister to China was an important step forward in the normalization, in the process of normalization of the relationship. It has taken place after 8 years, and there's been some positive dynamics. There has been also an opening up in various areas in terms of direct flights, in terms of various exchanges, pilgrimages, academic exchanges, etc., but also in terms of tourist visas that we're issuing and tourism flows. I'm sure that would also impinge on industry. I mean, there would be one of the concerns that many industry representatives had faced was access, of engineers, specialists, your joint venture partners, etc. And I think some of that will ease up as we go along. And of course, it's important that we look at how we can reduce that trade imbalance with China. I think that is a very important issue, that we need access for more of our products into the Chinese market, whether it's pharmaceuticals, whether it is meat, or whether it is any other products that we have a scope of exporting. At the same time, one way to reduce the imports of vital inputs into our industry from China would be to have investments in areas that are considered to be those that we can open up. And I think I'm only speaking, on my personal level. I think that might, to some extent, mitigate this growing imbalance. We reached $100 billion. You cannot sustain it. It's completely unsustainable trade. And this is a concern that I think is very much there in the minds of policymakers. And I think how we mitigate that concern is a very important factor as we move along in our relationship with China.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shringla. I think for many of us, when we've grown up, domestic policy and foreign policy were two separate subjects. And now we're seeing the convergence of both and the impact of both as India becomes bigger and more globalized. Thank you so much for your thoughts. I think we really value your inputs and your articulation of the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful introduction. To conclude this session and the convention, may I now invite Mr. T.V. Narendran, Senior Vice President-AIMA and CEO and Managing Director, Tata Steel Limited, to give his concluding remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Harshvardhan Shringla, the Member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha and former Foreign Secretary of India, Suneeta Reddy, the President-AIMA and Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals, Vishal Kampani, Vice President-AIMA and Vice Chairman and Managing Director, JM Financial, Rekha Sethi, Director General AIMA, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shringla, it was a privilege to hear you, as I mentioned, and I've had the privilege of meeting Mr. Shringla first when he was in Thailand and also when he was in Washington, and I've always appreciated his thoughts and articulation about the issue. So we are in a turbulent world, and I think we have heard today how we live in a very dynamic environment and how as industry we really need to have a better appreciation of this. Big or small, I think all industry and all companies are going to be impacted by it. Mr. Shringla, it was reassuring to hear your incisive diagnosis and prognosis for India's place and prospects in a world marked by rapid change and uncertainty. We learned a great deal about India's compulsions and the choices in trade and security, and about our ability to ensure policy autonomy while pursuing need-based strategic alignments. You gave us a lucid explanation for India's reliance on multi-alignment during the past decade, and also India's recent rethink of its relationship with China. You also provided valuable guidance on how India can build leverage in trade and geopolitics and exchange with the world on its own terms. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you. I would also like to thank you for presenting AIMA's Brand Awards and the LMA Awards, and I'm sure that the winners will draw motivation from your encouragement and aim even higher. Congratulations to TVS Motors and my friend Mr. Radhakrishnan on receiving the AIMA R.K. Swamy High Performance Brand Award. Congratulations as well to the LMAs that have won this year's AIMA Best LMA Awards. As we approach the conclusion of this convention, I want to acknowledge the contributions of our illustrious speakers, guests, delegates, and sponsors to the celebration of Indian leadership and management. Over the past day and a half, this convention has offered a very rich lineup of discussions and exchanges. I could not join you yesterday, but I've been briefed on the sessions, and I've also heard excellent feedback from the participants. The convention has opened a wide canvas of ideas on how India can remain resilient in a rapidly changing world. The discussions range from the evolution of our defense and space industries to India's careful balancing of alignments in the geopolitical arena. The sessions touched upon the promise of green entrepreneurship, tourism, and education in driving sustainable growth, while also underscoring the reforms needed to energize bottom-up economic growth and the transformation of banking in the age of AI. We also reflected on the role of Indian artists in strengthening our soft power. Together, these conversations have offered us a broad and deep perspective on India's path ahead. I want to thank the distinguished leaders from the government, the armed forces, science and technology, industry, banking, academia, and the arts who joined us at the convention and shared their insights and experiences with us. Many congratulations to all the achievers who received AIMA awards during the convention. I'm sure that the awards will inspire you to set new benchmarks of excellence. I also wish to acknowledge the presence and guidance of AIMA's past presidents, many of whom are here with us, and council members, and your continued involvement gives AIMA great strength and continuity, and we are deeply grateful for your support. And also, I take this opportunity to thank the sponsors for their support in making this convention possible. Suneeta, this convention is a fitting swan song to an outstanding year of your presidency. Thank you for your exceptional leadership over the past year and for taking AIMA to new heights despite various pressures on her time from the business that she's running. You have steered us through challenges. As you mentioned, there were multiple challenges and opportunities with confidence and composure. You've been a tremendous leader and inspiration, and under your leadership, AIMA has become more vibrant and forward-looking. During your presidency, AIMA has innovated across its entire service portfolio and refreshed its education, testing, and leadership development programs. AIMA has conducted more global programs and visits to expose India's business leadership to the emerging technological and geopolitical trends, and this was very timely given what we've seen in the last 1 year and more. It has expanded its footprint in Europe by taking delegations to Sweden and Estonia and laying the groundwork for a global advanced management program in Europe, apart from the international programs in the US, Dubai, and Japan. You built a strong legacy, and as you pass the baton, you leave behind an AIMA well-placed to continue its journey of transformation. I look forward to your guidance and continued involvement. Thank you for a remarkable year and for your exemplary leadership. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving Suneeta a standing ovation for a job truly well done. Thank you. As we close the 52nd National Management Convention, we also open a new chapter in AIMA's story. I invite all of you to stay engaged with AIMA and draw on the strength of this community to thrive in the evolving economic and geopolitical environment. Thank you and goodbye till we meet again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Ms. Suneeta Reddy, President-AIMA, to present a memento to our honored chief guest, Mr. Shringla. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the 52nd National Management Convention. On behalf of AIMA, we thank you for your presence and participation over these 2 enriching days. We wish you all continued success and invite you all to please join us for networking lunch. We look forward to seeing you at the next set of AIMA programs soon. Before we close, we would like to once again thank all of our sponsors who have supported us at this convention and made it possible for us to organize it at this larger scale. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. Platinum sponsors, Apollo Hospitals and Tata Steel. Diamond sponsors, State Bank of India and Jindal Steel. Gold sponsors, Triveni Turbine, ITC Limited, Union Bank of India, Usha International, Aditya University, Air India and Transport Corporation of India Limited. Knowledge partner, KPMG in India. Silver sponsors, Ambuja Neotia Group, Neo Foods, Nico Cables, Team Rajiv, JK Cement, Hindustan Group of Institutions and JK Tire and Industries Limited. Bronze sponsors, Nico Engineering, Godrej Industries, NTPC Limited, Mahanagar Gas Limited, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Bank of Baroda, NHPC, Manav Rachna, Vidyantariksha, GL Bajaj Institute of Management and Research, IMS Group, Value Freight Private Limited, Sapcon Industries Private Limited, Dr. Lal Path Labs, Hero FinCorp, Marpos India Private Limited, TRL Krosaki, Steel Authority of India Limited and MEPSC. Corporate contributors, Jenica Ventures and Amway India. AIMA extends heartfelt thanks to all our sponsors for their partnership and encouragement. We look forward to welcoming you again next year, which will also mark the 70th year of AIMA. So please do stay tuned for our upcoming programs and events. Until then, wish you the best and thank you for being with us.